Welcome to another exciting episode on Dark Harry. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Lurch Protected Harry at Hogwarts. Students thought he was a dark creature Dumbledore summoned. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The Butler and the Boy Who Lived. Harry Potter wasn't having the best summer. Aunt Petunia had doubled his chores, Uncle Vernon kept forgetting to let him have his school things, and Dudley, well, Dudley was just being Dudley, a massive pain in Harry's side. Add to that the whole, don't mention anything abnormal under this roof, rule, and Harry was about ready to lose his mind. On this particular Tuesday afternoon, Harry was pulling weeds from Aunt Petunia's pristine garden, sweat dripping down his forehead despite the uncharacteristically cloudy summer day. The air felt heavy, like something was about to happen. A sudden chill swept through Privet Drive. Birds stopped singing. The neighbor's dog abruptly ceased barking. Even the irritating sound of Mrs. No. 7's lawn sprinklers seemed to quiet down. Harry straightened up, instantly on alert. After 2 years at Hogwarts, he developed a sixth sense for when things were about to go sideways. That's when he heard it, a deep, reverberating sound that wasn't quite footsteps. More like heartbeats through stone. Harry turned toward the street just as the most bizarre vehicle he'd ever seen rounded the corner. It looked like a cross between an ancient hearse and something that belonged in a Victorian horror novel. Black as midnight, with silver fixtures that gleamed without reflecting light, and wheels that seemed to float just above the pavement. The vehicle stopped directly in front of number 4. "Oh no," Harry muttered, dropping his gardening gloves. Whatever this was, Uncle Vernon would absolutely blame him for it. Magical-looking transportation appearing on Privet Drive? That had Potter's freakishness written all over it, at least in Vernon's mind. The driver's door, if you could call it that, since it resembled a coffin lid more than anything, swung open with an ominous creak. A massive figure unfolded from within. Harry's jaw dropped. The creature, being, stood easily 7 feet tall, with skin the pallid gray of a corpse and sunken eyes that somehow caught the light despite being deeply shadowed. He wore an impeccable butler's uniform that looked like it belonged in a mansion from the 1800s. The giant took one thunderous step toward the Desley residence, then another. The concrete of the sidewalk seemed to tremble beneath his weight. When he reached the garden gate, he didn't open it, he simply stepped over it like it was nothing more than a small inconvenience. Harry found himself backing up until his legs hit Aunt Petunia's prized rosebushes. The towering figure stopped about 10 feet from Harry and somehow straightened up even more. Then, with painful slowness, he reached into his suit jacket and withdrew an envelope. The envelope was purple, Dumbledore purple. The giant extended his massive arm, holding out the letter to Harry. The figure intoned, the sound coming from somewhere deep in his chest, more vibration than vocalization. Harry hesitated, then cautiously reached for the letter. Thanks. The moment Harry's fingers touched the parchment, the front door of number 4 burst open. Boy! What in blazes is, good Lord! Uncle Vernon had emerged, no doubt to yell at Harry about something, but now stood frozen, his face transitioning from its usual puce to a sickly white as he took in the visitor. "Uncle Vernon, I don't know who, Petunia." Vernon bellowed, not taking his eyes off the enormous butler. "Call the police. Now." The tall figure turned his head toward Vernon with agonizing slowness, like a planet changing its orbit. "Uncle Vernon, wait," Harry tried again, holding up the purple envelope. "I think he's from, my school." Vernon's face managed to be both pale with terror and red with fury simultaneously. "I will not have more freakishness in my home," he roared, though he didn't dare step closer. The giant visitor turned back to Harry and gestured at the envelope with a subtle nod. Harry quickly broke the seal and pulled out the letter. "Dear Harry, I trust this letter finds you well, though perhaps a bit surprised by its bearer. Allow me to introduce Lurch, who comes to us through a very old connection I maintain with the Addams family, an extraordinary magical lineage even by our standards. Recent events have necessitated additional security measures for your protection. Lurch will be escorting you to Diagon Alley tomorrow, where I shall meet you at the Leaky Cauldron to explain further. He will remain outside your home tonight. You need not provide him with accommodation, as Lurch requires neither food nor sleep in the conventional sense. Please be ready at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with your trunk packed for the school year. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Lurch is quite harmless to those under his protection. I suggest your relatives treat him with the courtesy they would any other guest. Harry looked up from the letter to find Uncle Vernon attempting to stare down Lurch while maintaining what he clearly thought was a safe distance. Listen here, Vernon was saying, his mustache quivering, I don't care what sort of creature you are. This is private property, and I demand you leave immediately before he's from Professor Dumbledore, Harry interrupted, holding up the letter. He's supposed to take me to London tomorrow. Vernon's small eyes darted between the letter and Lurch. And what's he supposed to do until then? Stand in our garden frightening the neighbors? As if in answer, Lurch turned and walked with deliberate, thundering steps to the edge of the property. There, he simply stopped. Standing perfectly still, hands folded in front of him, eyes fixed on the house. He's staying outside tonight, Harry explained, feeling oddly relieved to have this strange guardian nearby. Dumbledore says he doesn't need anything. Absolutely not. Vernon sputtered. The neighbors won't notice him, came a new voice. Harry, Vernon, and even Lurch turned to look at the garden gate. Standing there, as if he'd been present all along, was Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in robes of midnight blue dotted with tiny silver stars. He smiled pleasantly, as though appearing unexpectedly in suburban Muggle neighborhoods was something he did every Tuesday. Headmaster! Harry exclaimed, genuinely happy to see him. Professor, Vernon growled, his fear momentarily overridden by outrage. I insist you remove this. Ah, I see you've met Lurch, Dumbledore said cheerfully, walking through the gate that swung open of its own accord. Excellent. I had intended to make introductions tomorrow, but perhaps now is better. Dumbledore turned to Harry. I apologize for the abrupt arrangements, Harry, but certain developments have made your usual security insufficient. Harry immediately thought of his encounter with Voldemort just 2 months ago in the Chamber of Secrets. Is it because of what happened at school? Not directly, no, Dumbledore replied, his expression growing more serious. Perhaps we should continue this conversation inside? Absolutely not. Vernon bellowed, finally finding his courage. I've had enough of your kind invading my home and frightening my family with your abnormality. Dumbledore regarded Vernon calmly over his half-moon spectacles. Mr. Dursley, I understand your concern. However, I believe your living room would provide more privacy than your front garden, which seems to be attracting attention. Sure enough, curtains were twitching all along Privet Drive as neighbors tried to catch glimpses of the unusual scene. Vernon's face went through several fascinating color changes as he calculated which would cause more neighborly gossip, strange visitors in his garden or strange visitors in his home. 5 minutes, he finally spat. You have 5 minutes, and that thing stays outside. Lurch will remain here, yes, Dumbledore agreed, then addressed the butler directly. Lurch, please maintain a discreet watch. Lurch gave a slow, solemn nod, then seemed to fade, somehow. Not disappear completely, but become less noticeable, as if he'd turned down his own existence from a 10 to a 3. Inside the Dursley home, Aunt Petunia was clutching Dudley protectively, both of them pressed against the far wall of the living room as Dumbledore entered. Harry followed, trying not to enjoy their discomfort too much. Now then, Dumbledore said, settling himself comfortably in Vernon's favorite armchair without invitation. I'll be brief. A dangerous wizard named Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, our prison, he added for the Dursleys' benefit. He has connections to Voldemort and, we believe, may target Harry. Target? Harry repeated, suddenly less enthused about the whole situation. Yes, which is why I've arranged for Lurch to escort you safely to London tomorrow and then to serve as additional protection during your school year. Vernon, who'd been turning progressively more purple during this explanation, suddenly looked hopeful. You're taking the boy early? For the whole summer? Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. I've made arrangements for Harry to stay at the Leaky Cauldron until term begins. Brilliant! Harry couldn't help exclaiming. Almost a month of freedom from the Dursleys. But what is that? Lurch? Petunia finally spoke, her voice higher than usual. He's not normal. Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. Lurch comes from the Addams family, an ancient magical lineage with unique abilities. He has served as their butler for, well, longer than anyone can quite remember. But what is he? Harry asked, genuinely curious. That, Harry, is a complicated question with an answer that changes depending on who's asking, Dumbledore replied. To us, he is a guardian, a protector bound by old magic and older loyalties. Harry wanted to press for more details, but Dumbledore stood up abruptly. I believe I've used up my allotted 5 minutes, he said with a glance at Vernon. Harry, please be ready tomorrow morning. Lurch will handle your transportation to London. With that, Dumbledore strode to the door, pausing only to add, oh, and Harry, I wouldn't mention Lurch's presence to anyone just yet. Let's keep him as our little surprise. Then he was gone, leaving behind a bewildered Harry and 3 thoroughly unsettled Dursleys. Harry awoke the next morning to a gentle but persistent knocking on his bedroom door. Not the aggressive pounding of Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia's shrill voice, but something more, rhythmic. He fumbled for his glasses and checked the small alarm clock beside his bed. It was exactly 8 a.m. The knocking continued, patient and unwavering. Coming, Harry called, sliding out of bed. He opened the door to find himself staring at a wall of black fabric. Tilting his head back, he looked up into Lurch's impassive face. Oh. Morning, Lurch. Lurch intoned, raising one massive hand to point at Harry's unpacked trunk. Right. I'll get ready now. Harry had half expected the events of yesterday to be a bizarre dream. Lurch gave him what might have been a nod, then backed away with surprising grace for someone of his size. He didn't leave, though. Instead, he simply stood in the hallway, waiting. Harry hurriedly dressed and began throwing his belongings into his trunk. To his surprise, the Dursleys had already left for the day. A hastily scrawled note on the kitchen table informed him that they'd gone to visit Aunt Marge and wouldn't be back until evening. Harry suspected they simply couldn't bear to be in the same house as Lurch for a moment longer than necessary. When Harry dragged his trunk downstairs at 8:55, Lurch was waiting by the front door. Without a word, the giant butler reached down and lifted the heavy trunk with one hand as if it weighed nothing. Thanks, Harry said, grabbing Hedwig's empty cage. He'd sent her ahead to Ron the night before, not wanting to subject her to whatever strange transportation Lurch had in store. Outside, the bizarre vehicle from yesterday waited at the curb. In daylight, it looked even more out of place on Privet Drive, a gothic monstrosity among the neat, ordinary cars of Little Whinging. Lurch opened the rear door, revealing an interior that was impossibly larger than the exterior suggested. The back seat was upholstered in rich, blood-red velvet, with silver fixtures that didn't quite look like metal. Lurch carefully placed Harry's trunk inside, then held the door open. Harry hesitated only briefly before climbing in. The interior of the vehicle smelled of old books, wood polish, and something else Harry couldn't identify, something ancient and not quite of this world. Despite its ominous appearance, the seat was surprisingly comfortable. Lurch closed the door with a resonant thud, then made his way to the driver's seat. The vehicle started without a key, emitting a sound more like a satisfied sigh than an engine. So, how long will it take to get to London? Harry asked. Lurch turned his head slightly, just enough to catch Harry's eye in the rearview mirror, and raised one bushy eyebrow. The world outside the windows suddenly blurred. Harry felt a sensation like being gently squeezed from all sides, not unpleasant, but definitely strange. The suburban streets outside seemed to stretch and contract simultaneously. Then, with a subtle shift that reminded Harry of stepping through platform 9 3/4, they were elsewhere. The vehicle now moved smoothly down a narrow London street. Somehow, they'd traveled over 50 miles in seconds. "Whoa!" Harry exclaimed, pressing his face to the window. That was, you can apparate with an entire car. Lurch made a sound that might have been a chuckle, a low, rumbling vibration that seemed to come from somewhere beneath the floorboards. As they approached Charing Cross Road, the vehicle slowed to a more normal pace. Muggles on the sidewalk didn't seem to notice anything unusual about their transportation, though Harry could have sworn he saw one elderly woman cross herself as they passed. The car came to a stop directly in front of the leaky cauldron, a feat Harry knew was normally impossible given London traffic and parking restrictions. Lurch exited and opened Harry's door with a formal bow. "Thanks," Harry said, stepping out onto the sidewalk. "That was brilliant. Much better than the night bus." Lurch retrieved Harry's trunk and carried it effortlessly toward the pub's entrance. As they approached, Tom the innkeeper peered out through the grimy windows, his eyes widening at the sight of Lurch. By the time they reached the door, he was waiting for them, looking nervously between Harry and his towering companion. "Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore said to expect you, but he didn't mention." Tom's voice trailed off as Lurch fixed him with an unblinking stare. "This is Lurch," Harry explained, feeling oddly protective of his silent guardian. "He's with me." The interior of the leaky cauldron fell eerily silent as they entered. Every witch and wizard stopped mid-conversation to stare at Lurch, who seemed completely unfazed by the attention. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's cheerful voice broke the tension. The headmaster sat at a corner table, a half-eaten scone and teacup before him. "I see Lurch got you here safely." "Excellent." Lurch carried Harry's trunk to a spot near Dumbledore's table, set it down with surprising gentleness, then took up a position directly behind Harry's chair, standing at what Harry was beginning to recognize as his version of attention. "Professor," Harry began, acutely aware of the curious stares from around the pub, about Sirius Black. "Ah yes," Dumbledore nodded, suddenly serious. "I imagine you have questions. But first, Tom, perhaps some breakfast for young Harry?" After Tom scurried away to fetch food, Dumbledore continued in a lower voice. "Sirius Black was a follower of Voldemort, Harry. One of his most dedicated supporters, in fact." Harry swallowed hard. "And he's after me?" "We have reason to believe so, yes. He escaped from Azkaban 2 weeks ago, the first person ever to do so. The Ministry is doing everything possible to recapture him, but until then." "You brought in Lurch," Harry finished, glancing up at his silent guardian. "Precisely. Lurch possesses abilities that even Dementors cannot counter. His loyalty, once given, is absolute." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I've known the Addams family for many years. When I explained the situation, they were kind enough to loan us Lurch's services. But sir," Harry lowered his voice even further, "what exactly is Lurch?" Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. "The Addams family has a unique relationship with what we might call the boundaries between different states of being. Lurch exists in a space that defies conventional magical classification." Which wasn't really an answer at all, Harry thought. "While at Hogwarts, Lurch will serve as your personal guard," Dumbledore continued. "He'll have quarters near Gryffindor Tower and will accompany you throughout the castle." "Everywhere?" Harry asked, alarmed. "But what about classes? And Quidditch? And, well, privacy?" "Lurch is remarkably discreet for someone of his stature," Dumbledore assured him. "You'll find he can be nearly invisible when he wishes to be, yet always present when needed." As if to demonstrate, Lurch shifted slightly, and somehow, receded, despite not moving from his spot. He was still there, still visible, but somehow less present, like a shadow or reflection rather than a solid being. Wicked, Harry breathed. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Now, I've taken the liberty of purchasing your school supplies, they're in your trunk. You'll stay here until September 1st, at which point Lurch will escort you to King's Cross. I must ask you to remain in Diagon Alley, do not venture into Muggle London alone, regardless of how safe it might seem. Harry nodded, feeling a strange mix of confinement and protection. What about Ron and Hermione? Can they visit? I've informed the Weasleys of your early arrival. I believe they plan to stay here the night before term begins. Dumbledore rose from his seat. I must return to Hogwarts now. Lurch will remain with you. After Dumbledore left, Harry turned awkwardly to Lurch. So? I guess it's just us now. Lurch gave what Harry interpreted as an affirmative, Right. Well, I was thinking of exploring Diagon Alley a bit. Is that okay? Lurch extended one long arm, gesturing toward the pub's back entrance in a after-you motion. The next few days established a routine. Harry would wake, have breakfast, then spend his days exploring Diagon Alley with Lurch following at a respectful distance. At first, shopkeepers and patrons reacted to Lurch with alarm, but they gradually became accustomed to his presence, though accustomed might be too strong a word. They simply learned to avoid direct eye contact and pretend they didn't notice him. Harry, however, was finding Lurch's company increasingly comfortable. The butler never spoke in conventional terms, but Harry was learning to interpret his various ahis and gestures. There was something reassuring about having such an imposing guardian who seemed solely dedicated to his well-being. One evening, as Harry sat in his room reading Quidditch Through the Ages for the dozenth time, a soft knock came at his door. Come in, Harry called, expecting Tom with his evening cocoa. Instead, Lurch entered, carrying a small, ornate wooden box. Oh, hello, Harry said, setting aside his book. What's that? Lurch placed the box carefully on Harry's bedside table. It was made of some dark wood Harry didn't recognize, with silver hinges that seemed to shift and move when not directly observed. With ceremonial slowness, Lurch opened the box to reveal a silver pocket watch nestled on black velvet. The watch face was marked with symbols rather than numbers, symbols that reminded Harry of the ones around the time turner Hermione had shown him briefly at the end of last term. Is this for me? Harry asked, surprised. Lurch nodded and carefully removed the watch, holding it out to Harry. The moment Harry's fingers touched the cool silver, he felt a strange connection, not unlike holding his wand for the first time, but subtler, like a whisper rather than a shout. Thank you, he said, genuinely touched. But I don't understand what it's for. Lurch pointed one long finger at the watch face, then at himself. It connects to you somehow. Harry guessed. Lurch nodded, then pointed at Harry's chest, near his heart, and made a twisting motion with his other hand on the watch's winding mechanism. Harry hesitantly wound the watch. As he did, he felt a strange sensation, a soft tug somewhere behind his navel, similar to a portkey but much gentler. Simultaneously, Lurch seemed to become more solid, more present. Does this call you to me? Harry asked, fascinated. Lurch's expression didn't change, but he gave a slow, deliberate nod. Brilliant, Harry murmured, examining the watch more closely. It felt impossibly old yet perfectly maintained. Where did it come from? In answer, Lurch reached into his jacket and produced an envelope, purple, like Dumbledore's previous message. Harry opened it eagerly. Dear Harry, the timepiece Lurch has delivered is an Addams family heirloom, temporarily enchanted to create a connection between you and your guardian. In times of true need, winding it fully will summon Lurch to your side, regardless of barriers, wards, or distance. This magic predates much of what we teach at Hogwarts and operates on principles few contemporary wizards understand. The watch will work even in places where conventional magic might fail. Use it wisely, and only in genuine emergencies. Looking forward to seeing you at the start of term. Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked up at Lurch with new appreciation. Thank you for bringing this. Lurch bowed slightly, then turned to leave. Lurch? Harry called after him. The butler paused at the doorway. I'm glad you're here. For the first time, Harry saw what might have been a smile flicker across Lurch's somber features, gone so quickly he might have imagined it. September 1st arrived with typical British drizzle. Harry woke early, excitement and anxiety battling in his stomach. Today he'd see Ron and Hermione again, but he'd also be heading back to a school where a mass murderer might be hunting him. Lurch appeared precisely at 8 a.m., already carrying Harry's packed trunk. His strange vehicle waited outside the leaky cauldron, engine running with that peculiar sighing sound. The journey to King's Cross was uneventful, though Harry noticed Lurch scanning their surroundings constantly, his sunken eyes missing nothing. They arrived with plenty of time to spare, drawing curious stares from Muggle commuters as they made their way toward platform 9 3/4. Harry! Harry! The familiar voice made Harry turn, grinning. Ron Weasley was hurrying toward him, followed by the rest of the Weasley clan. Ron! It's great to. Ron's greeting died in his throat as he spotted Lurch looming behind Harry. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, stopping dead. What is that? This is Lurch, Harry explained, suddenly aware of how strange this must look to his friends. He's sort of my bodyguard this year. Mrs. Weasley approached cautiously, her motherly instincts visibly battling with her alarm at Lurch's appearance. Harry, dear, so lovely to see you. And this is Dumbledore arranged for him, Harry explained quickly. Because of Sirius Black. At the mention of Black, Mr. Weasley's expression darkened. Ah, yes. Dumbledore mentioned he'd arranged additional protection. I didn't realize it would be so substantial. Fred and George, naturally, showed no fear whatsoever. Wicked, they exclaimed in unison, circling Lurch like he was a particularly interesting museum exhibit. Is he a golem? Fred asked. No, he's got to be a revenant, George countered. Maybe he's an animated corpse, boys. Mrs. Weasley snapped. Don't be rude. Lurch himself seemed entirely unperturbed by their speculation. He simply stood there, Harry's trunk in one hand, watching the crowds with vigilant eyes. They made their way through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, where the Scarlet Hogwarts Express waited, billowing steam. Here, the reaction to Lurch was even more pronounced. Wizarding families stopped and stared, younger children hiding behind their parents. Is that a Dementor? Did the Ministry send it? What in Merlin's name? The whispers followed them down the platform. Harry tried to ignore them, focusing instead on finding an empty compartment. You'd better sit with us, Ron muttered, eyeing Lurch nervously. People might be less freaked out if there's a bunch of us. They found a compartment near the end of the train. Lurch had to duck significantly to enter, and once inside, he took up nearly an entire side by himself. Ron, Harry, and Hermione, who joined them on the platform with a similar reaction of shock followed by fascinated curiosity, squeezed together on the opposite seat. So, Hermione began, unable to contain herself any longer, Lurch is from the Addams family? I've read about them, they're mentioned in magical lineages beyond conventional classification. They practice a form of magic that predates wand use. You know about them? Harry asked, surprised. Only what I've read, Hermione admitted. They're extremely private and rarely interact with the mainstream wizarding world. How did Dumbledore convince them to send Lurch to protect you? He didn't say exactly, Harry replied. Just that he's known them for years. Ron was still eyeing Lurch warily. But what is he? He's not, you know, human, is he? Before Harry could answer, the train lurched forward, beginning its journey to Hogwarts. Almost simultaneously, the compartment door slid open to reveal Draco Malfoy, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Well, if it isn't, argh. Malfoy's sneer transformed into a yelp of terror as he spotted Lurch. He actually stumbled backward into Goyle, who looked equally horrified. "What is that?" Malfoy demanded, his voice higher than usual. Harry couldn't help smirking. "This is Lurch. He's my personal bodyguard this year." "Bodyguard?" Malfoy repeated, trying to regain his composure. "What, Potter, you're so scared of Sirius Black you needed to bring your own monster?" "I'd be careful, Malfoy," Ron said, grinning now. "Lurch doesn't like people who threaten Harry." On cue, as if they'd rehearsed it, Lurch slowly turned his head to fix Malfoy with his hollow-eyed stare. He didn't move otherwise, didn't threaten or gesture, just looked. Malfoy went so pale his skin nearly matched Lurch's. "My father will hear about this," he managed, before beating a hasty retreat, Crabbe and Goyle scrambling after him. The three friends burst out laughing the moment the door closed. "Did you see his face?" Ron wheezed, wiping tears from his eyes. "This is brilliant, Harry. No more Malfoy problems this year." Even Lurch seemed amused, a subtle vibration passing through him that Harry was learning to recognize as his version of laughter. Their journey continued pleasantly for several hours. Hermione peppered Harry with questions about Lurch and the Addams family, most of which he couldn't answer. Ron gradually grew more comfortable with Lurch's presence, especially after the butler somehow produced a pack of chocolate frogs from his jacket pocket and offered them to the trio. As afternoon faded into evening, however, the weather outside worsened. Rain lashed against the windows, and the temperature inside the train began to drop. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, checking her watch with a frown. The train began to slow. "Maybe there's something on the tracks," Ron suggested, pressing his face against the window to peer into the darkness. The train jerked to a complete stop with a squeal of brakes. The lights flickered, then went out entirely, plunging them into darkness. "What's going on?" Harry asked, reaching instinctively for his wand. In the dim light filtering through the rain-streaked windows, Harry saw Lurch rise to his feet, his massive frame suddenly tense. For the first time, Lurch looked genuinely concerned. The temperature dropped further, rapidly. Harry's breath clouded in front of him. Ice began forming on the inside of the windows. "Something's coming aboard," Hermione whispered. They heard it then, a slow, rattling breath from the corridor outside. A sound that seemed to suck the very warmth from the air. Dementors, Harry realized, remembering Dumbledore's explanation about the Azkaban guards now searching for Sirius Black. The compartment door slowly slid open. A towering, hooded figure stood in the doorway. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood, but a glistening, scabbed hand protruded from the cloak, gray and corpse-like. The cold intensified unbearably. Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. Distantly, he heard a woman screaming. Then Lurch moved. With a speed that seemed impossible for his size, Lurch stepped between the Dementor and the students. He drew himself up to his full height, which, Harry realized with shock, now exceeded the Dementor's. Lurch's normally impassive face transformed. His sunken eyes blazed with an inner light, his mouth stretched into something between a grimace and a snarl, revealing teeth that seemed suddenly too numerous and too sharp. He raised one massive hand toward the Dementor and made a gesture Harry had never seen before, fingers splayed, palm vertical, thumb crossed over his palm. A sound emerged from Lurch's chest, not his usual, but a deep, reverberating bass note that seemed to physically push against the Dementor. The hooded creature actually recoiled. It tried to advance again, but Lurch took a step forward, still making that impossible sound, hands still raised in that strange gesture. The Dementor retreated into the corridor. Lurch followed, ducking through the doorway. From the corridor came sounds of commotion, that continuous bass note from Lurch, the swishing of cloaks, and what might have been shrieks, though like no shrieks Harry had ever heard before. Then silence. A moment later, the lights flickered back on. The temperature began to rise almost immediately. Lurch reappeared in the doorway, adjusting his suit jacket as if he'd done nothing more strenuous than fetch the morning paper. He resumed his seat, hands folded neatly in his lap. Ron, Hermione, and Harry stared at him in stunned silence. "That was..." Ron began. "Incredible," Hermione finished. "Lurch, how did you do that? Dementors are supposed to be nearly impossible to repel without a Patronus charm." Lurch merely inclined his head slightly, offering no explanation. The compartment door slid open again, revealing a tired-looking man in shabby robes. "Is everyone all right in here?" he asked, scanning their faces with concern. "I'm Professor Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I was coming to check on." His voice died as he spotted Lurch. Unlike the fear most people showed, Lupin's expression reflected shock followed by recognition. "You," he said softly to Lurch. "I didn't expect. Dumbledore mentioned additional security, but..." Lurch rose and gave Professor Lupin a formal, old-fashioned bow. "You know each other?" Harry asked, surprised. "Not exactly," Lupin replied, still staring at Lurch. "But I know what he is. Or at least, I've heard stories." He shook his head slightly, as if clearing it. "Are you three all right?" The Dementors were searching the train for Sirius Black. "We're fine, thanks to Lurch," Harry said. "He drove it away." "Did he indeed?" Lupin murmured, looking at Lurch with newfound respect. "That's remarkable." The rest of the journey passed uneventfully. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade station, Lurch escorted the trio to the carriages, then unexpectedly veered toward the horseless carriage at the front. "I guess he's riding separately," Harry said, watching as Lurch approached the carriage. To Harry's surprise, Lurch stopped before reaching the carriage door. Instead, he extended one hand toward what appeared to be empty air in front of the carriage. "What's he doing?" Ron asked. "He's petting the Thestrals," Hermione whispered. "The what?" "Thestrals, they pull the carriages. They're only visible to people who've seen death." Harry squinted, but could see nothing. Yet Lurch was clearly stroking something, his massive hand moving gently through the air. "Can Lurch see them?" Harry asked. Hermione's expression was troubled. "Apparently. That's interesting." At the castle, they were met by Professor McGonagall, who looked decidedly uncomfortable in Lurch's presence but maintained her composure admirably. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore asked me to show your companion to his quarters near Gryffindor Tower," she said stiffly. "They've been specially prepared." Harry nodded, suddenly realizing he'd have to explain Lurch to his entire house. "Where will he stay during classes?" "Professor Dumbledore has arranged for him to have access to all areas of the castle," McGonagall replied. "Though I understand he can be quite unobtrusive when required." Indeed, as they entered the great hall for the start-of-term feast, Lurch somehow managed to fade into the shadows along the wall, still visible if you looked directly at him but easy to overlook otherwise. The reaction from the student body was exactly as Harry had expected: shock, fear, and frantic whispering. Dumbledore, however, made no mention of Lurch in his opening speech, which only fueled the speculation further. By the time they reached Gryffindor Tower that night, rumors were flying: "It's a new security measure from the Ministry." "No, it's a dark creature Dumbledore's enslaved." "I heard it's actually Potter's familiar. He summoned it using dark magic." Harry let them talk. He was too tired to explain, and strangely comforted by Lurch's silent presence as the butler took up his position outside the entrance to the boys' dormitory. As Harry drifted off to sleep that night, he found himself thinking that this year at Hogwarts would be unlike any other, and with Lurch standing guard, maybe, just maybe, he'd make it through in one piece. The next morning, Harry awoke to find Ron staring wide-eyed at the foot of Harry's bed. "He's been there all night," Ron whispered, nodding toward Lurch, who stood perfectly still beside Harry's bed, hands folded in front of him. Just standing there. Watching. Harry fumbled for his glasses. Morning, Lurch. Lurch gave a slight bow, then gestured toward the bathroom in clear indication that Harry should prepare for the day. Does he ever sleep? Ron asked as they dressed for breakfast. Dumbledore said he doesn't need sleep, in the conventional sense, Harry replied. Whatever that means. In the common room, they found a crowd of Gryffindors gathered, all trying to catch glimpses of Lurch without being too obvious about it. The butler followed Harry at a discreet distance, somehow navigating the narrow tower stairs without difficulty despite his size. At breakfast, Professor McGonagall distributed their schedules, pausing at Harry's table. Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore asked me to inform you that your attendant has been granted special permission to accompany you to classes, though he is expected to remain unobtrusive. Yes, Professor, Harry nodded. Lurch understands. McGonagall's lips thinned slightly. See that he does. Professor Snape has already expressed concerns. Harry could well imagine Snape's concerns about having Lurch in his potions classroom. Their first class was divination with Professor Trelawney, which meant climbing to the top of the North Tower. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Harry noticed something odd. Lurch was no longer directly behind him. In fact, he couldn't see the butler anywhere. Where'd he go? Ron asked, also noticing Lurch's absence. I don't know, Harry replied, peering back down the staircase. He was just here. They reached the trap door to Trelawney's classroom and climbed the silver ladder into the stifling, perfume-laden room above. Harry was still wondering about Lurch when he felt a strange presence behind him. Turning, he saw what at first appeared to be a shadow in the corner of the room. As he focused on it, the shadow coalesced into Lurch's form, still Lurch, but somehow less substantial, like a watercolor version of himself. How'd he do that? Ron whispered as they took their seats. Harry shrugged, impressed. Dumbledore had mentioned Lurch could be discreet, but this was remarkable. Professor Trelawney made her dramatic entrance, her huge glasses magnifying her eyes to owlish proportions. She swept around the classroom, making mysterious pronouncements, until she reached Harry's table and let out a theatrical gasp. My dear boy, she whispered, clutching her shawl. You are in grave danger. I see the Grim in your future, the giant spectral hound that haunts churchyards. Death, my dear, death stalks you. The class shifted uncomfortably. Harry, however, was distracted by movement in the shadowy corner. Lurch had become suddenly more solid, more present, at Trelawney's proclamation. Trelawney herself noticed the movement and turned, her magnified eyes widening impossibly further as she spotted Lurch. She screamed. Not a theatrical, practiced scream, but a genuine shriek of terror that made the entire class jump. She stumbled backward, knocking over a small table laden with teacups. The Harbinger, she gasped, pointing a shaking finger at Lurch. The Veil Walker. He's here already. Lurch remained perfectly still, though Harry thought he detected a faint air of embarrassment about him. That's just Lurch, Professor, Harry explained quickly. He's my bodyguard. Professor Dumbledore arranged it. Trelawney pressed one bejeweled hand to her heart. A bodyguard? No, my dear, no. That is no ordinary protector. That is a being who walks between worlds. I sensed a powerful presence the moment I entered, but to see it manifested so clearly. She trailed off, staring at Lurch with a mixture of fear and fascination. The rest of the class was watching the exchange with rapt attention. He's quite harmless, Harry assured her, though after witnessing Lurch's confrontation with the Dementor, he wasn't entirely sure that was true. Harmless? Trelawney repeated faintly. My dear boy, that creature has touched death itself. It exists simultaneously in our world and the beyond. She turned to address the class, apparently recovering her theatrical flair. You see before you a perfect example of what I was explaining about the boundaries between the physical and spiritual planes being more permeable than most wizards understand. Lurch, for his part, had resumed his shadow-like state, clearly attempting to be as unobtrusive as possible after causing such a disruption. The incident in divination spread through the school like wildfire. By lunchtime, the rumors about Lurch had evolved. Trelawney said he's death himself, come to collect Potter. No, he's a guardian from the spirit realm. Potter made a deal with dark forces. I heard he's actually one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Harry ignored the whispers, though he noticed Lurch seemed to become even more shadow-like when moving through crowded areas of the castle, as if trying to minimize the disturbance his presence caused. After lunch came their first Care of Magical Creatures class with Hagrid, which meant heading down to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they walked across the grounds, Lurch gradually became more solid again, apparently more comfortable in the open air. I wonder how Hagrid will react to him, Ron mused as they approached Hagrid's hut. They soon found out. Hagrid, unlike most people, showed absolutely no fear of Lurch. In fact, he seemed delighted. "Blimey," he exclaimed, beaming at the towering butler. "Haven't seen one you folk in years. Used to be more common in these parts, back in the old days." Lurch gave Hagrid a formal bow, which Hagrid returned with surprising grace for someone his size. "You know what Lurch is?" Harry asked, seizing the opportunity to finally get some answers. "Course I do," Hagrid replied, looking surprised at the question. But whatever Hagrid was about to reveal was interrupted by the arrival of the Slytherins, Malfoy in the lead. The blond boy stopped short at the sight of Lurch standing beside Hagrid. "Oh wonderful," he drawled, though Harry noticed he kept a safe distance. "2 monsters for the price of 1. Hagrid's face fell slightly, but he rallied. "Right then. Got a real treat for ye today. Follow me." The lesson on hippogriffs might have gone perfectly well if not for Malfoy's determination to show he wasn't afraid, of the hippogriffs or of Lurch. After Harry's successful flight on Buckbeak, Malfoy pushed forward. "This is easy," he declared loudly. "If Potter can do it, it must be. You're not dangerous at all, are you, you ugly great brute?" What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry barely registered the sequence of events. Buckbeak reared up, slashing with his talons, but before they could connect with Malfoy, something massive intervened. Lurch had moved with impossible speed, placing himself between Malfoy and the hippogriff. Buckbeak's talons connected with Lurch's outstretched arm instead, tearing through the sleeve of his suit jacket. There was a collective gasp from the class. But where there should have been blood, there was nothing. No wound, no torn flesh, just pale, grayish skin visible through the torn fabric. Buckbeak backed away, confused and agitated. Lurch lowered his arm calmly, then turned to fix Malfoy with a stare that made the boy shrink back. "Blimey," Hagrid breathed, hurrying forward. "You all right there, Lurch?" Buckbeak didn't mean it, just got startled is all. Lurch nodded once, then carefully readjusted his torn sleeve. Malfoy, realizing he'd been saved from injury, quickly attempted to regain his composure. "Did you see that?" he demanded of his fellow Slytherins. "That beast nearly killed me. Wait until my father hears about this." "Yeah, provoked him, Malfoy," Hagrid said firmly. "Buckbeak's a proud creature. Yeah, have ter show respect." "And that thing," Malfoy continued, pointing at Lurch but keeping his distance. "It's dangerous. It shouldn't be allowed around students." "Lurch just saved you from getting slashed," Harry pointed out, anger rising. "You should be thanking him." Malfoy's pale face flushed. "I didn't ask for its help, Potter. Keep your pet monster on a leash." Before Harry could retort, Lurch placed one large hand on his shoulder, a gentle restraint. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Class dismissed," Hagrid announced, looking troubled. "We'll continue next time. Read up on Chapter 3 for Wednesday." As the students dispersed, Hagrid approached Lurch with concern. "Let me see that arm. Hippogriff talons can cause nasty wounds if not treated proper." Lurch hesitated, then extended his arm. Hagrid carefully pushed back the torn sleeve, revealing the unmarked skin beneath. He examined it closely, then nodded, as if confirming something he already suspected. "Just as I thought," he murmured. "Ya don't get injured like regular folk, do ya?" Lurch gave a slight shake of his head. "What is he, Hagrid?" Harry asked again, once they were alone. Hagrid glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Not rightly my place to say, Harry. If Dumbledore hasn't told ya, well, there's probably a reason. Some knowledge isn't meant for just anyone. But you know." "I know enough to recognize his kind," Hagrid replied. "They're rare now, but in the old days, well, let's just say the Addams family keeps traditions alive that most magical folk have forgotten." This was frustrating, but Harry could tell he wouldn't get more from Hagrid. The final class of the day was potions with Snape. Harry had been dreading this since receiving his schedule, knowing how Snape would react to Lurch's presence. He wasn't disappointed. The moment they entered the dungeon classroom, Snape's black eyes fixed on Lurch with loathing. "Potter," he said silkily, "I was informed of your special accommodation, but I did not agree to have that in my classroom disrupting serious academic work." "Professor Dumbledore said," Harry began. "I am well aware of what the headmaster said," Snape cut him off. "Nevertheless, I will not have that thing hovering over cauldrons of potentially dangerous potions." Lurch, who had already faded to his shadow-like state against the dungeon wall, somehow became even less substantial, almost a suggestion rather than a presence. Snape's eyes narrowed. "At the first sign of interference, it will be banished from my classroom. Is that clear, Potter?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied through gritted teeth. The potions lesson proceeded with excruciating slowness. Snape seemed determined to find fault with Lurch's presence, glancing toward the shadowy corner at every opportunity. The Slytherins, taking their cue from their head of house, kept shooting nervous glances in Lurch's direction, while Malfoy whispered dramatically about his near-death experience with Buckbeak. When the bell finally rang, Harry couldn't escape the dungeon fast enough. "That was brutal," Ron commented as they climbed the stairs toward the Great Hall. "Thought Snape's eyes would pop out from staring so hard at Lurch." "Wonder what his problem is," Harry muttered. "Isn't it obvious?" Hermione joined them, adjusting her heavy book bag. "Snape recognizes what Lurch is, just like Trelawney and Hagrid did. The difference is, Snape's afraid of him." "Snape, afraid?" Ron scoffed. "The man faces down the worst potions accidents imaginable without flinching." "This is different," Hermione insisted. "I've been doing some reading." "Shocking," Ron interjected with a grin. "And I think I might know what Lurch is," Hermione continued, ignoring him. "But I need to verify some things first. Meet me in the library after dinner." "Can't," Harry said regretfully. "Would called an emergency Quidditch meeting to discuss training schedules." "Tomorrow then," Hermione decided. That evening, Harry faced a new challenge, explaining to Oliver Wood why Lurch needed to be present during Quidditch practice. "Absolutely not," Wood declared when Harry explained the situation in the common room. "Our plays are secret. We can't have some, whatever he is, reporting to other teams." "Lurch wouldn't do that," Harry protested. "He's my bodyguard, not a spy." "How do you know?" Wood demanded. "No offense, Potter, but we don't know anything about him. For all we know, he could be working for Slytherin." This was so absurd that Harry almost laughed. "Trust me, Wood, Lurch is definitely not working with the Slytherins. You saw how Malfoy reacts to him. Besides," Fred added, lounging nearby, "I'm pretty sure Lurch could snap Flint in half if he wanted to." "Not helpful, Fred," Harry sighed. Wood remained unconvinced. "I'm sorry, Potter, but team security is my responsibility." I'll talk to McGonagall about this, see if we can arrange something else during practices. As it turned out, the matter was taken out of their hands. Later that evening, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office, where he found her looking unusually stern, even for her. "Mr. Potter, there's been an incident," she said without preamble. Harry's stomach dropped. "What happened?" "Your guardian has been involved in an altercation with the Dementors stationed at the school boundaries." "Lurch fought the Dementors?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Is he okay?" A flicker of surprise crossed McGonagall's face. "He is unharmed. The same cannot be said for the Dementors, who have retreated to a greater distance than originally agreed upon." She paused, studying Harry's face. "The Ministry representatives are quite disturbed by the incident." "What exactly happened, Professor?" McGonagall sighed. "According to Hagrid, who witnessed part of the encounter, your Lurch was patrolling the edge of the grounds when 3 Dementors approached. They apparently attempted to feed, is the term, I believe, and Lurch objected. He drove them off like he did on the train, Harry guessed. More than that, Mr. Potter. He somehow caused them physical distress. One was seen fleeing toward the lake, trailing what appeared to be wisps of its own essence behind it. Harry wasn't sure whether to be impressed or alarmed. Is Lurch in trouble? That remains to be seen. Professor Dumbledore is currently speaking with the Ministry representatives. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I would not worry over much. The headmaster was quite clear when he arranged for Lurch's presence that certain accommodations would need to be made. Harry nodded, relieved. What about Quidditch, Professor? Wood is worried about Lurch watching our practices. I've already spoken with Mr. Wood, McGonagall replied. Given the circumstances, Lurch will be permitted to observe practices from the stands, provided he remains at a suitable distance. Professor Dumbledore has also arranged for alternative security during matches, so that Lurch may remain closer to you. Thank you, Professor. As Harry turned to leave, McGonagall called after him. Mr. Potter. A word of advice. I would suggest you learn more about your guardian's capabilities. Such knowledge may prove useful. Harry found Lurch waiting outside McGonagall's office, standing perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back. His suit appeared slightly disheveled, the only indication of his confrontation with the Dementors. I heard you had some trouble with the Dementors, Harry said as they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. Lurch made a dismissive gesture, as if swatting away an annoying insect. Still, it sounds like you really showed them, Harry continued, feeling a surge of pride in his unusual guardian. Did you do the same thing you did on the train? Lurch shook his head slightly, then made a gesture with his hands that Harry couldn't interpret. I wish I knew more about what you can do, Harry sighed. Or what you are, really. Lurch stopped walking and turned to face Harry. With deliberate movements, he reached into his jacket and withdrew a small, worn leather-bound book. He offered it to Harry with a formal bow. What's this? Harry asked, taking the book carefully. The cover was unmarked, the leather cracked with age. When Harry opened it, he found pages of handwritten text in an elegant, old-fashioned script. The title page read simply, Observations on the Addams Family Traditions and Practices. Is this about you? About what you are? Harry asked, excitement building. Lurch inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. I'll read it tonight. Back in the dormitory, with his bed curtains drawn and a Lumos charm providing light, Harry began to read. The book appeared to be a journal written by a wizard who had stayed with the Addams family sometime in the 1870s. Much of it detailed strange customs and magical practices unlike anything taught at Hogwarts, but several pages were devoted specifically to Lurch, or rather, to beings like him. The servant known as Lurch represents one of the Addams family's most remarkable achievements, the creation of a guardian that exists simultaneously in our world and in what they term, the beyond. Neither living nor dead in the conventional sense, these beings possess physical form yet are not subject to many of the limitations of mortal flesh. They cannot be killed, for they are already beyond death's reach. They do not age or sicken. They require no sustenance as we understand it, drawing their energy instead from the ambient magic of their surroundings and from the family bond that anchors them to our reality. Most remarkable is their effect on creatures that feed on human emotion or life force. Dementors, vampires, and similar entities find these guardians not only resistant to their powers but actively hostile to their very nature. It is as if the guardian represents a fundamental rejection of the parasitic relationship such creatures seek to establish with the living. Harry read deep into the night, absorbing information about Lurch's abilities, his strength, virtually limitless within the parameters of his protective duties, his perception, able to sense threats beyond normal magical detection, and his loyalty, bound by magic older than Hogwarts itself. By the time he finally fell asleep, the pocket watch Lurch had given him clutched in his hand, Harry felt he understood his silent guardian a little better, and was even more grateful to have him standing watch. The following weeks established a rhythm. Lurch accompanied Harry everywhere, finding the perfect balance between protection and privacy. He became a shadow during classes, a silent presence during meals, and a formidable deterrent to anyone who might harass Harry. Malfoy, still smarting from the hippogriff incident, kept his distance but maintained a steady stream of whispered comments whenever he thought it safe to do so. Wonder if Potter's monster sleeps in a coffin? Bet it's feeding on Potter's magic when no one's looking. Father says the ministry's investigating. They'll remove that thing from the school soon enough. Harry ignored the comments, finding it easier to do so with Lurch's steady presence nearby. October arrived with increasingly stormy weather, making Quidditch practices miserable affairs of mud and driving rain. The first Hogsmeade weekend approached, creating a new dilemma. Harry's permission form remained unsigned. "Can't Lurch just take you?" Ron suggested as they discussed the problem in the common room. "I mean, he's supposed to be protecting you, right? Seems like he could just escort you." "I don't think it works that way," Harry replied glumly. McGonagall made it pretty clear, no signed form, no Hogsmeade. On the morning of the Hogsmeade visit, Harry bid a dejected goodbye to Ron and Hermione at the entrance hall, then turned to head back to Gryffindor Tower. Lurch followed, as always. "Guess it's just you and me today," Harry sighed. Lurch made a sound that might have been sympathetic, then gestured toward the third floor. "What is it?" Harry asked, curious. Lurch simply turned and began walking, clearly expecting Harry to follow. Intrigued, Harry trailed after his guardian up the stairs and down a corridor he rarely used. They stopped before a large mirror flanked by stone gargoyles. Lurch reached out and pressed his massive hand against the mirror's surface. To Harry's astonishment, the glass rippled like water, then parted to reveal a passageway beyond. "A secret passage?" Harry exclaimed. "Is this on the Marauder's map?" Lurch shook his head, gesturing for Harry to enter. "Wait, are you saying we could go to Hogsmeade this way? Without permission?" Lurch's expression remained impassive, but he gave a single, slow nod. Harry hesitated. On one hand, using a secret passage to sneak into Hogsmeade was definitely against school rules. On the other hand, his bodyguard, assigned by Dumbledore himself, was suggesting it. "Won't you get in trouble?" Harry asked. Lurch made a dismissive gesture, then pointed to himself and then to Harry, clearly indicating that his primary duty was to Harry, not to enforce school regulations. "Well, if you're coming too, I suppose it would be safe enough," Harry reasoned, already convinced. "Lead the way." The passage was narrow but surprisingly well lit by glowing fungus that clung to the stone walls. It sloped gently downward, curving in a way that suggested it followed the natural contours of the land outside the castle. After walking for what felt like 20 minutes, they reached a stone staircase that spiraled upward. At the top, Lurch pressed his hand against what looked like solid wall. Once again, the barrier rippled and parted. They emerged in what appeared to be the back room of a shop, stacked with crates and barrels. Lurch carefully closed the passage behind them, the wall solidifying once more into unbroken stone. "Where are we?" Harry whispered. Lurch led him through a door into the main shop area, which Harry recognized immediately as Honeyduke's, the famous wizarding sweet shop. The store was packed with Hogwarts students, none of whom noticed Harry and Lurch slipping in from the back room. "This is brilliant." Harry grinned up at Lurch, who inclined his head in acknowledgement. They spent a pleasant morning exploring Hogsmeade. Lurch attracted stares, of course, but Harry was learning to ignore them. They visited Zonko's joke shop, the post office with its hundreds of owls, and finally made their way to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeer. As they approached the pub, Harry spotted Ron and Hermione entering. He hurried to catch up, Lurch following like a well-dressed shadow. "Ron!" "Hermione!" His friends turned, their expressions shifting from surprise to delight to concern in rapid succession. "Harry!" Hermione hissed, pulling him aside. "What are you doing here? You don't have permission." "Lurch showed me a secret passage," Harry explained, grinning. "One that's not even on the Marauders' map." Ron looked impressed. "Wicked. Though if McGonagall catches you." "She won't," Harry assured him. "Come on, let's get a butterbeer." Inside, they found a table in the corner. Lurch positioned himself nearby, somehow blending into the background despite his size and appearance. Madame Rosmerta, the pretty barmaid, did a double take when she spotted him but recovered quickly, bringing their butterbeers without comment. They were halfway through their drinks when the pub door opened, admitting a gust of cold air and several teachers, McGonagall, Flitwick, Hagrid, and to Harry's horror, the Minister of Magic himself, Cornelius Fudge. "Get down!" Hermione whispered urgently, pushing Harry's head below table level. But it was too late. Fudge had already spotted Lurch, his eyes widening in alarm. "Good heavens," the minister exclaimed. "What is that doing here? Minerva, you assured me the creature would remain confined to the castle grounds." McGonagall looked equally surprised. "Minister, before she could complete her sentence, Lurch moved. With that impossible speed he displayed only in moments of perceived threat to Harry, he crossed the room to stand before the minister, towering over the portly wizard. "Now see here," Fudge blustered, taking a step back. "I am the Minister of Magic, and I demand to know what this being, is doing in Hogsmeade." Lurch's only response was to turn his head very slowly toward Harry's table, drawing everyone's attention directly to where Harry was attempting to hide. "Potter!" McGonagall exclaimed, her voice sharp with surprise and disapproval. "What are you doing in Hogsmeade? You do not have permission to be here." Harry rose reluctantly, knowing the game was up. "Professor, I can explain, I should certainly hope so," McGonagall cut him off. "Minister, perhaps we should continue our discussion elsewhere. Mr. Potter, you will return to the castle immediately. We will discuss your punishment later." As McGonagall ushered Fudge and the other teachers toward a private room, Harry caught a glimpse of Hagrid giving Lurch what appeared to be a surreptitious thumbs-up. Outside the Three Broomsticks, Harry turned to Lurch with a mixture of confusion and betrayal. "Why did you do that? You're the one who showed me the passage in the first place." Lurch simply pointed over Harry's shoulder. Following his gesture, Harry saw a large black dog watching from between buildings across the street. The moment Harry spotted it, the dog retreated into the shadows. "What was that about?" Ron asked, joining them outside with Hermione. Before Harry could respond, Lurch reached into his jacket and produced the silver pocket watch he'd given Harry weeks ago. The watch was vibrating slightly, its hands spinning counterclockwise. Something's wrong, Harry realized. We need to get back to the castle. The return journey through the secret passage was tense. Lurch led the way, his normally measured pace quickened to an urgent stride that had the trio almost jogging to keep up. "What do you think it means?" Hermione panted as they hurried along. "The watch, the dog." "I don't know," Harry replied. But Lurch obviously thinks something's happening. When they emerged from the passage back into Hogwarts, Lurch immediately steered them toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. "Why are we going to see Lupin?" Ron asked. They found the professor in his office, looking pale and tired. He seemed unsurprised to see them, especially Lurch. "Ah," Lupin said, setting down his teacup. "I was wondering when you'd arrive." "Professor?" Harry questioned. "What's going on?" Lupin gestured for them to sit. "I believe your guardian has detected something that concerns him. The full moon approaches, and certain sensitivities become heightened at such times." Lurch stepped forward and placed the still vibrating pocket watch on Lupin's desk. The professor examined it without touching it. "Interesting. An Adam's timepiece, calibrated to warn of proximity to those with harmful intent." He looked up at Lurch. "You sensed Sirius Black, didn't you?" Lurch inclined his head slightly. "Black is here." "At Hogwarts?" Hermione gasped. "Not yet," Lupin replied. "But close. The Dementors' agitation has increased over the past few hours. They sense him too." The dog, Harry suddenly remembered. "We saw a large black dog in Hogsmeade. Lurch pointed it out right after he revealed us to McGonagall and Fudge." Lupin's expression sharpened. "A black dog? You're certain?" "Yes, huge. Almost bear-sized." Lupin and Lurch exchanged a look that Harry couldn't interpret. "I see," Lupin murmured. "That complicates matters." "Professor, what aren't you telling us?" Harry pressed. Lupin hesitated, then sighed. "It's not my place to explain everything, Harry. But I believe Lurch may have deliberately exposed your unauthorized visit to Hogsmeade to ensure you would be sent back to the castle under heightened security. Because Black is near," Harry concluded. "Yes. And because there are aspects to this situation that are not what they seem." Lupin glanced at the pocket watch again. "That timepiece is reacting to something, but I'm not entirely convinced it's Black's presence alone that triggers it." Before Harry could ask what he meant, the office door burst open to reveal a breathless Colin Creevey. "Harry! Professor! You need to come quick. Sirius Black has been spotted in the castle." Chapter 2, The Language of Protection. The whole school was in chaos. Students rushed through corridors, prefects shouted conflicting instructions, and ghosts zipped through walls spreading increasingly dramatic versions of the same news: Sirius Black had broken into Gryffindor Tower. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sprinted from Lupin's office toward Gryffindor Tower, Lurch somehow keeping pace despite his size. They arrived to find the corridor packed with Gryffindors in various states of panic, all prevented from entering by a portrait of Sir Cadogan, the temporary replacement for the fat lady. "What happened?" Harry demanded, pushing his way to the front of the crowd. Percy Weasley, looking importantly flustered, turned to address him. "Black somehow got the password. He was inside the common room before Sir Cadogan raised the alarm. Professors are searching now, but..." A massive hand landed on Harry's shoulder. Lurch was suddenly very present, very solid, and very alert. His sunken eyes scanned the crowd, the corridor, the shadows in the corners. "I don't understand," Hermione whispered. "How did Black get the password?" "Probably stole the list Neville wrote down," Ron muttered, earning a glare from his brother. "Everyone will sleep in the Great Hall tonight," Percy announced. "Headmaster's orders. Follow me in an orderly fashion." Lurch's grip on Harry's shoulder tightened fractionally. His other hand slipped inside his suit jacket. "What is it?" Harry asked quietly, recognizing the signs of Lurch's heightened vigilance. In response, Lurch produced the silver pocket watch again. The hands had stopped spinning but now pointed steadily in the direction of the Gryffindor common room. "He's still here," Harry whispered, alarmed. Lurch gave a barely perceptible nod. Harry glanced around at the crowd of students, professors, and now approaching ghosts. If Black was somehow hiding among them. Professor Lupin. Harry called out, spotting the defense teacher hurrying down the corridor. Lurch thinks Black is still nearby. Lupin changed course immediately, moving to join them. He glanced at the pocket watch in Lurch's hand, then at the common room entrance. Harry, go with the others to the Great Hall, he said in a low voice. Lurch, stay with him. I'll inform the headmaster. But if we can catch Black, Harry began. That's not your responsibility, Lupin cut him off firmly. Your safety is the priority. Lurch seemed to agree, urging Harry toward the staircase with gentle pressure on his shoulder. Reluctantly, Harry allowed himself to be guided after the stream of Gryffindors heading toward the Great Hall. As they descended the grand staircase, Harry noticed Lurch's attention fixed on something above them. Following his gaze, Harry spotted a small shadow moving unnaturally along the ceiling. Ron, Hermione, Harry whispered urgently. Look up there. Before his friends could respond, Lurch's hand shot out with blinding speed, grabbing what appeared to be empty air. There was a startled squeak, and suddenly Lurch was holding a struggling rat, Scabbers, Ron's pet. Scabbers! Ron exclaimed. What are you doing with my rat? Lurch stared at the rodent with unusual intensity, his normally impassive face showing what Harry could only describe as suspicion. The rat writhed frantically in his grasp. Let him go. Ron demanded. You're hurting him. For a moment, Harry thought Lurch might refuse. Then, with obvious reluctance, he released Scabbers into Ron's waiting hands. What was that about? Hermione asked, looking between Lurch and the trembling rat now clutched protectively to Ron's chest. I don't know, Harry replied, equally confused. Lurch has never bothered with Scabbers before. Ron glared at the towering butler. Well, tell him to leave my pet alone. Poor Scabbers has been through enough with that monster cat of Hermione's constantly after him. Lurch's eyes remained fixed on Scabbers even as they continued toward the Great Hall, his expression uncharacteristically troubled. The Great Hall had been transformed for the night. The house tables were pushed against the walls, and hundreds of purple sleeping bags covered the floor. Dumbledore stood at the front, conferring quietly with several professors. Stick together, Percy instructed the Gryffindors. Choose sleeping bags and settle down. No talking. Harry, Ron, and Hermione grabbed sleeping bags in a corner. Lurch positioned himself at Harry's side, still standing despite the general atmosphere of enforced rest. How could Black have gotten in? Hermione whispered once Percy had moved away. The Dementors are guarding every entrance. Maybe he knows secret passages that aren't on the map, Harry suggested. Or maybe he can transform himself, Ron added, still cradling Scabbers. Turn into an animal or something. An animagus? Hermione considered. That's really advanced magic. Harry noticed Lurch shift slightly at this suggestion, his attention briefly diverted from Scabbers to their conversation. What do you think, Lurch? Harry asked. Could Black be an animagus? Lurch's response was subtle but unmistakable to Harry, who was learning to read his guardian's minimal expressions, a slight inclination of his head, neither confirming nor denying, but suggesting the possibility merited consideration. But he'd be registered, Hermione pointed out. There are only 7 registered animagi this century. Unless he did it illegally, Ron countered. Their speculation was interrupted by Professor Dumbledore's arrival at their corner. Ah, Harry, he said quietly. I see Lurch is keeping close watch. His eyes twinkled briefly before growing serious. Professor Lupin mentioned your guardian's intuition about our unwelcome visitor. The watch was pointing toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry explained. And Lurch seemed to think Black was still nearby. Also, he grabbed Scabbers, Ron's rat, for some reason. At this, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, moving from Harry to Lurch to the rat now asleep in Ron's hands. Did he indeed? The headmaster murmured. How interesting. Lurch met Dumbledore's eyes in what seemed like significant silent communication. "Well," Dumbledore continued after a moment, "the castle is being thoroughly searched. Try to get some rest, all of you. Lurch, a word, if you please." Harry watched curiously as Lurch followed Dumbledore a short distance away. They spoke, or rather, Dumbledore spoke while Lurch made subtle gestures that the headmaster seemed to understand perfectly. After several minutes, Lurch returned to his post by Harry's side. "What was that about?" Harry asked. Lurch merely adjusted his suit jacket, his expression unreadable. Despite the excitement and discomfort of sleeping on the floor of the Great Hall, Harry eventually drifted off. He dreamed of a massive black dog transforming into a man, while Lurch stood between them, holding Scabbers in one hand and the silver pocket watch in the other. He awoke with a start, the Great Hall still dark but for a few floating candles. Lurch stood exactly where he had been when Harry fell asleep, vigilant and unwavering. Somehow, this was immensely comforting. Over the following days, the castle buzzed with theories about how Black had breached Hogwarts' defenses. Security tightened further, the fat lady's portrait was restored but flanked by security trolls, professors escorted students between classes, and the Dementors moved closer to the school grounds despite Dumbledore's objections. Through it all, Lurch remained Harry's shadow, though Harry noticed a new edge to his guardian's vigilance. He seemed particularly attentive whenever Scabbers was present, which continued to irritate Ron. "I don't know what his problem is with Scabbers," Ron complained one evening in the common room. "It's just a rat." "Maybe rats mean something different to whatever Lurch is," Hermione suggested, not looking up from her ancient runes translation. "Different magical cultures have different symbolic associations." Harry, who'd been reading more of the journal about the Addams family, considered this. The journal mentioned something about the Addams family having a special connection to certain animals, ravens, spiders, that sort of thing. Maybe rats have some significance. "Well, tell him to stop glaring at Scabbers," Ron grumbled. "He's scaring him half to death." As November progressed, the weather worsened dramatically. Quidditch practice became an exercise in endurance against driving rain and howling winds. Wood pushed the team harder than ever, desperate to win the cup in his final year. The first match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff, loomed on a particularly stormy Saturday. Harry awoke to the sound of thunder and Lurch placing a steaming cup of something that smelled strongly of herbs on his bedside table. "What's this?" Harry asked, sitting up and reaching for his glasses. Lurch gestured for him to drink. Harry sniffed the concoction suspiciously. It smelled like a combination of mint, something earthy, and another scent he couldn't identify. "Is it safe?" he asked, only half joking. Lurch gave him a look that managed to convey mild offense despite his generally impassive features. "Right, sorry." Harry took a cautious sip. To his surprise, the drink was pleasant, warming him from the inside out and somehow making the sound of the storm outside seem less threatening. "This is good." "What is it?" In response, Lurch produced a small, leather-bound notebook and a pencil from his pocket. He wrote briefly, then handed the notebook to Harry. In elegant, old-fashioned handwriting were the words, "Addams Weather Tonic. Improves vision in storm conditions. Family recipe." Harry stared in surprise. "You can write?" Lurch reclaimed the notebook and wrote again, when necessary. "Why haven't you done this before?" Harry asked, amazed at this new method of communication. Lurch considered, then wrote, "Most understand enough without words." And Harry realized it was true. Over the weeks, he'd grown increasingly adept at interpreting Lurch's minimal expressions, gestures, and the various intonations of his ahis. This written communication seemed almost redundant now, though certainly clearer for complex ideas. "Thanks for the tonic," Harry said, draining the cup. "I'll need all the help I can get in this weather." In the locker room before the match, Wood gave his usual pre-game speech, though with added intensity due to the conditions. Lurch waited outside. McGonagall had insisted he couldn't accompany Harry into the changing areas, but rejoined him as the team walked onto the pitch. The storm was even worse than it had appeared from inside. Rain lashed sideways, driven by gale-force winds. Thunder cracked overhead, and lightning illuminated the stands in strobing flashes. Harry glanced at Lurch, who stood imperturbable against the elements, his suit somehow remaining immaculate despite the downpour. The butler nodded encouragingly. Madame Hooch's whistle was barely audible over the storm, but Harry kicked off along with the rest of the team. Instantly, he was battling the wind as much as the opposing players. The Adam's tonic was working. Harry could see more clearly through the rain than he would have expected, but his glasses still streamed with water, making it difficult to spot the snitch. After nearly 15 minutes of chaotic play, with Gryffindor barely ahead, Wood called a timeout. The team huddled under a large umbrella near the stands. "We're getting massacred out there," Wood shouted over the storm. "Harry, any sign of the snitch?" "Not yet," Harry replied, wiping his glasses hopelessly. "I can barely see anything with these." Hermione suddenly appeared beside them, sheltering under a cloak. "Harry, give me your glasses, quick." He handed them over, and she tapped them with her wand. "Impervious. They'll repel water now." "Brilliant!" Harry exclaimed, putting them back on. "Thanks." As he remounted his broom, Harry noticed Lurch had moved from his position at the base of the stands. The butler now stood directly beside the pitch, watching the sky with unusual intensity. The game resumed. With his improved vision from both the tonic and Hermione's spell, Harry began searching more effectively for the snitch. He climbed higher, hoping for a better vantage point above the worst of the storm. That's when he felt it, an unnatural cold cutting through the already chilly air. A cold he recognized all too well. Turning his head, Harry saw them, at least 100 Dementors gliding onto the field, their hooded faces tilted upward toward him. Screams echoed from the stands, barely audible over the storm. Harry tried to turn his broom, to fly away, but the paralyzing cold had already reached him. In his head, a woman began to scream. Through the growing fog in his mind, Harry became aware of a different sound cutting through the storm and the screaming in his head, a deep, resonant note that seemed to vibrate in his very bones. Looking down, he saw Lurch standing in the center of the pitch, both arms raised toward the Dementors, producing that impossible bass tone. But there were too many. Even as some of the Dementors recoiled from Lurch's sound, others pressed forward, surrounding Harry in the air. The screaming in Harry's head intensified. His grip on his broom loosened. The world tilted sideways as consciousness began to slip away. His last clear thought was of the pocket watch in his robes. With numb fingers, he fumbled for it, managed to grasp the winding mechanism, and gave it one desperate turn. The world went black as Harry slipped from his broom and began to fall. He was vaguely aware of plummeting through space, of the wind rushing past him, of distant screams from the stands. Then, impossibly, strong arms wrapped around him, arresting his fall with a jolt that should have broken bones but somehow didn't. Harry forced his eyes open to find himself cradled in Lurch's arms. Lurch, who had somehow been on the ground moments before but now caught Harry mid-air, nearly 50 feet above the pitch. The Dementors were retreating, driven back by silvery light emanating from the stands where the teachers had belatedly responded. Lurch, still holding Harry securely, began to descend, not falling, but moving downward with deliberate control, as if gravity were merely a suggestion he chose to acknowledge. They touched down in the center of the pitch where Dumbledore was already waiting, his face unusually grave. "Harry! Are you all right?" the headmaster asked as Lurch gently set him on his feet. Harry swayed slightly but remained standing. "I think so. Lurch caught me." "So I saw," Dumbledore replied, giving Lurch a look that contained both gratitude and curiosity. "Most impressive." The rest of the team landed nearby, along with Madame Hooch and the Hufflepuff players. "The match must be abandoned," Madame Hooch was saying. "With Dementors on the field, Diggory caught the snitch," Wood interrupted dully. "Just before the Dementors came. Hufflepuff wins." Under normal circumstances, this news would have devastated Harry. At the moment, however, he was more concerned with how Lurch had managed to catch him in midair. "How did you do that?" he asked once they were alone in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had insisted he rest despite his protests that he was fine. Lurch, seated beside Harry's bed, produced his notebook and wrote, "Adam's Family Techniques. Manipulation of physical laws in moments of true need." "You can fly?" Harry pressed, amazed. Lurch considered, then wrote, "Not flight as wizards understand it. Temporary rejection of certain constraints. Like gravity." A nod. "That's incredible," Harry breathed. "Can you teach me?" Lurch actually smiled at this, a small, barely perceptible curving of his usually somber mouth. He wrote, "Perhaps someday. Different type of magic than wand work. Requires understanding of spaces between realities." Harry wanted to ask more, but Madame Pomfrey returned with a large chunk of chocolate, insisting he eat it all before continuing any conversation. By the time he'd finished, exhaustion had caught up with him, and he drifted into sleep, dimly aware of Lurch's vigilant presence beside the bed. Harry awoke to whispered conversation. Opening his eyes, he saw Dumbledore and Snape standing near the foot of his bed, engaged in what appeared to be a heated discussion. Lurch remained in his chair, watching the professors with unblinking attention. "Absolutely unacceptable," Snape was saying in a forceful whisper. "The creature clearly possesses abilities that were not disclosed when you arranged for its presence." "His name is Lurch, Severus," Dumbledore replied calmly, and his quick action saved Harry from severe injury, possibly worse. "That is precisely my point," Snape countered. "What exactly is he?" "The abilities he displayed today go far beyond anything a simple butler should possess. Lurch comes from a tradition of magic unfamiliar to most contemporary wizards," Dumbledore explained. "The Addams family has preserved knowledge and practices that predate the founding of Hogwarts itself. And you trust this being, with Potter's safety? For all we know, it could be in league with Black." At this, Lurch stood up, drawing himself to his full, imposing height. Snape actually took a step back, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. "Gentlemen," Dumbledore interjected, his voice still mild but carrying a subtle note of authority. "This is neither the time nor place for such discussions. Harry is awake." Both turned to look at Harry, who quickly closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. He heard Snape's footsteps retreating, followed by Dumbledore's softer ones. Only when the hospital wing door closed did he risk opening his eyes again. Lurch had resumed his seat, but there was a tension in his posture that hadn't been there before. "Sorry," Harry said quietly. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Lurch shook his head dismissively, then reached into his jacket and produced his notebook. He wrote quickly and handed it to Harry. "Professor Snape fears what he does not understand. He senses my connection to realms beyond the veil. Many wizards find this disturbing. Is that why people react so strongly to you?" Harry asked. "Because you're connected to death somehow." Lurch nodded slowly, then wrote again, "The Addams family exists in the spaces between life, death, and other states wizards rarely acknowledge. I am bound to family service through magic that touches all these realms." "But you're not dead, are you?" Lurch's expression became thoughtful. He wrote, "Life and death are not opposites, but points on a spectrum. I exist at a different point than most beings you encounter." This was simultaneously illuminating and completely mystifying. Before Harry could ask further questions, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Ron and Hermione, carrying an armload of sweets and looking worried. "Harry! You're awake!" Hermione exclaimed, rushing to his bedside. "We've been so worried." "How are you feeling, mate?" Ron added, dumping the sweets onto the bedside table. "I'm fine," Harry assured them. "Thanks to Lurch." Both friends glanced at the silent butler with newfound respect. "That was amazing," Ron admitted. "One second you were falling, the next he was just there, in midair. I've never seen anything like it. Professor Flitwick was saying it wasn't like any levitation charm he knows, Hermione added. And Professor McGonagall said it wasn't apparition either, since that's impossible within Hogwarts grounds. It's Adam's family magic, Harry explained, careful not to reveal too much of what Lurch had shared. Different from what we learn here. Hermione's eyes lit up with academic curiosity. I've been researching, but there's surprisingly little information about the Adams family in the library. They're mentioned in magical lineages beyond classification and ancient practices of pre-wand magic, but only briefly. They like their privacy, Harry said, remembering details from the journal he'd been reading. Well, whatever he did, the whole school's talking about it, Ron reported. Some of the Slytherins are saying Lurch must be some kind of dark creature Dumbledore's controlling, but nobody believes that anymore. Not after he saved you like that. What happened to my broom? Harry suddenly remembered. Ron and Hermione exchanged uncomfortable looks. Well, Hermione began hesitantly, after you fell, it kind of blew away in the storm. And? Harry pressed, sensing there was more. And it hit the Whomping Willow, Ron finished glumly. Sorry, mate. It's in bits. Harry felt a pang of genuine loss. His Nimbus 2000 had been his first proper broomstick, a symbol of his entry into the wizarding world and Quidditch. Lurch, noticing his distress, placed a sympathetic hand on Harry's shoulder. There was something immensely comforting about the gesture, as if Lurch were absorbing some of Harry's sadness. Thanks, Harry said quietly. For saving me. Again. Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, his expression somber but somehow warm. December arrived, bringing with it a blanket of snow and the cheerful preparations for Christmas. Harry, recovered from his fall and grudgingly adjusting to using the school brooms for Quidditch practice, found himself increasingly fascinated by Lurch's abilities and the magic of the Adams family. He'd finished reading the journal, which raised as many questions as it answered, and had begun spending hours in the library with Hermione, searching for additional information. Their research yielded little, however, just tantalizing references to alternative magical practices and non-standard relationships with mortality. One afternoon, as they sat surrounded by dusty tomes in a secluded corner of the library, Lurch appeared silently beside their table. Find anything good? Harry asked, looking up. Lurch shook his head, then gestured for Harry to follow him. No. But we've just started on Magical Anthropology of the 18th Century, Harry protested half-heartedly. Lurch's expression suggested this was not a request that could be postponed. Fine, Harry sighed, gathering his things. Hermione, I'll meet up with you later. Where are you going? She asked, not looking up from her reading. No idea. Lurch wants to show me something. This caught her attention. Can I come? Lurch considered for a moment, then nodded. They followed the butler through the castle, up staircases, and down corridors Harry rarely used. Finally, they arrived at a section of the 7th floor that Harry didn't recognize, a blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls to dance ballet. Lurch stopped before the blank wall, then began to pace back and forth 3 times, his face a mask of concentration. To Harry and Hermione's astonishment, a door materialized in the previously empty wall. What is this place? Hermione gasped. Lurch opened the door, revealing a large, circular room beyond. The space was unlike anything Harry had seen at Hogwarts, it resembled a cross between an ancient study and a Victorian séance room. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes that looked centuries old. Strange artifacts sat on tables and stands, crystal balls that seemed to contain miniature storms, clocks with hands that moved backward, plants that appeared to be growing in patterns rather than randomly. In the center of the room stood a large round table with a pentagram inlaid in silver on its surface. Candles floated in the air, emitting flames in unusual colors, deep purple, midnight blue, and a green so dark it was almost black. What is this place? Harry asked, stepping inside cautiously. Lurch produced his notebook and wrote, "The room of requirement becomes what is needed." Created this specific configuration for Adam's family members who attended Hogwarts. Adam's family members came to Hogwarts? Hermione asked, carefully examining a book whose cover appeared to be made of some scaly material Harry preferred not to identify. Lurch nodded, then wrote, "Occasionally. When family wished to understand conventional magical education." Last was Morticia Adams, 1940s. "Is that how Dumbledore knows your family?" Harry guessed. "He taught Transfiguration back then." Another nod. "But why show us this room now?" Hermione asked, ever practical. Lurch moved to a cabinet against one wall and opened it to reveal shelves of artifacts, each labeled with small, yellowed tags. He selected one, a small black box made of what looked like polished obsidian, and brought it to the table. With ceremonial slowness, he opened the box to reveal a silver amulet nestled on black velvet. The amulet was shaped like a hand with an eye in the palm, surrounded by symbols Harry didn't recognize. "What is it?" Harry asked, leaning closer. Lurch wrote, "Adam's Family Protection Amulet. Ancient magic against those who mean harm. Christmas gift from the family." "For me?" Harry asked, surprised. Lurch nodded, carefully lifting the amulet by its chain and holding it out to Harry. "That's incredibly generous," Hermione said, examining the amulet with scholarly interest. "These symbols look pre-Roman, possibly Etruscan with some Nordic influences." Harry hesitated before taking it. "Is it safe? I mean, will it have any side effects?" Lurch considered, then wrote, "Mild reaction to those with ill intent toward wearer. Nothing harmful unless they attempt to cause harm first." "Define mild reaction," Hermione pressed, ever cautious. Lurch's expression might have contained a hint of amusement as he wrote, "Feeling of unease. Momentary inability to focus harmful intent. Nothing permanent or damaging." That sounds reasonable, Harry decided, taking the amulet. The moment his fingers touched the silver, he felt a strange sensation, similar to the connection with the pocket watch, but stronger, more deliberate. The eye in the palm seemed to blink once, then remained still. "Should I wear it all the time?" Harry asked, slipping the chain over his head. The amulet felt oddly warm against his chest. Lurch nodded, then added, "Will grow warm when danger approaches. I will open fully if direct threat is present." "This is fascinating," Hermione said, her academic curiosity fully engaged. "The integration of sympathetic magic principles with protective enchantment. I've never seen anything like it. The Addams family seems to have a different approach to magic than what we learn here," Harry observed, remembering details from the journal. Lurch nodded, then wrote at length, "Wizarding education focuses on controlling and channeling magic through wands, specific incantations, precise movements. Adam's magic embraces the chaotic, liminal nature of power. Works with the spaces between defined states of being." "Is that how you were able to catch Harry in midair?" Hermione asked. "By manipulating those spaces between." Lurch confirmed this with a nod, seeming pleased by her quick understanding. "Could you teach us some of it?" Harry asked eagerly. Lurch's expression grew thoughtful. He wrote, "Some techniques require Adam's blood. Others require different perception of reality than most wizards cultivate. But basics, perhaps." He moved to another cabinet and retrieved several more items, a set of unusual playing cards with macabre illustrations, a small glass bottle containing what appeared to be mist, and a silver bell with a black handle. "We begin with perception exercises," he wrote. "Learning to see the edges where realities meet." What followed was one of the strangest lessons Harry had ever experienced. Lurch had them shuffle and deal the cards in specific patterns, then attempt to identify which cards were aligned with the beyond, based solely on how they felt in their hands. The bottle of mist was opened, releasing a faint scent that seemed to shift constantly, one moment roses, the next autumn leaves, then something ancient and earthy. The bell, when rung, produced no audible sound but created a sensation like gentle fingers brushing the back of their necks. "I don't understand what we're supposed to be learning," Harry admitted after an hour of these seemingly random exercises. Lurch wrote, "Not about understanding yet. About unlearning conventional perception. Magic is not only what you do with wands and words. It is how you perceive and interact with the fabric of reality. It's like learning to see magic itself, not just its effects," Hermione said slowly, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. "We're taught to channel magic, but this is about sensing it directly." Lurch nodded, clearly impressed with her insight. "Is this how you detect danger?" Harry asked. "By sensing disturbances in this fabric of reality." Another nod, followed by more writing. "Threats create ripples. Intent leaves traces. The watch and amulet help you perceive these ripples, but training can enhance natural sensitivity." They continued practicing until dinner time, by which point Harry had managed to correctly identify the beyond-aligned cards 3 times in a row, while Hermione had described in detail the shifting patterns in the mist that had previously been invisible to her. As they prepared to leave, Lurch had one final note: "Practice daily. Even briefly. Perception is like muscle, strengthens with use." "Will we be able to do what you do eventually?" Harry asked, unable to hide his eagerness at the thought of defying gravity or repelling Dementors. Lurch's expression contained what might have been a hint of pride as he wrote, "Different abilities for different individuals. But yes, with practice, you will develop sensitivity to aspects of magic most wizards never perceive." The Christmas holidays arrived, bringing a welcome break from classes. Most students returned home, leaving the castle unusually quiet. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained, along with a handful of others from each house. On Christmas Eve, they sat in the empty common room, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Lurch had temporarily excused himself, one of his rare absences, to attend to what he described as Adam's family Christmas Eve obligations. "I wonder what those are," Ron mused, moving his knight to capture Hermione's bishop on the chessboard between them. "Probably something terrifying," Hermione replied, frowning at the board. The journal Harry's been reading mentions unusual holiday traditions. "Like what?" Ron asked. Harry, who'd been reading by the fire, looked up. "Well, there's a ritual where they summon the spirits of ancestors for a Christmas feast. And something called the Ceremony of the Thorns that apparently involves—" He was interrupted by the common room entrance swinging open. Lurch entered, carrying a large, ornate trunk made of dark wood with silver fittings. He set it carefully on the floor before the fire, then produced his notebook. "Christmas tradition," he wrote. "Adam's family sends gifts to friends and allies." "That trunk is from your family?" Harry asked, eyeing it with a mixture of curiosity and mild apprehension. Lurch nodded, then opened the trunk with a key that appeared to be made of bone. Inside were wrapped packages in black paper tied with silver and red ribbons. He began distributing them, the largest to Harry, mid-sized packages to Ron and Hermione, and smaller ones labeled for various professors. There was even a tiny package marked Scabbers, which caused Ron to raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Your family sent gifts for everyone?" Harry asked, touched by the gesture. Lurch wrote, "Adam's family values connections. Gifts strengthen bonds between realms. Should we open them now or wait until morning?" Hermione asked, holding her package curiously. "Traditional Adam's gifts opened at midnight," Lurch wrote, then glanced at the ornate grandfather clock in the corner. "Which approaches." As if on cue, the clock began to chime. Lurch gestured for them to open their presents. Harry unwrapped his first, revealing a wooden case containing what appeared to be a set of dueling pistols, except instead of barrels, they had crystal prisms. "What are these?" he asked, carefully lifting one. It felt warm in his hand, vibrating slightly. Lurch wrote, "Adam's dueling prisms. Focus intent rather than bullets. For magical dueling without wands. Family heirloom, very old." You can duel with these instead of wands? Harry asked, amazed. A nod, followed by, different principles. No incantations required. Pure focused intent. Ron had opened his gift to find a compass-like device with multiple hands and strange symbols around the edge. Danger detector, Lurch explained in writing. Shows threats approaching from all directions. Works where conventional magic might fail. Hermione's package contained a book bound in what looked like dark leather but had an unusual iridescent quality. The title, embossed in silver, read, Principles of Pre-Wand Magical Theory, an Addams Family Primer. This is incredible, she breathed, carefully opening the book to reveal pages covered in elegant handwriting interspersed with diagrams. This must be centuries of compiled knowledge. Limited edition, Lurch confirmed in writing. Family allows few copies beyond their library. Gomez Addams thought you would appreciate it. Who's Gomez Addams? Ron asked. Current family patriarch, Lurch wrote. Married to Morticia, who attended Hogwarts briefly. Harry examined his dueling prisms more closely. How do these work exactly? Lurch considered, then wrote, point, focus intent, channel energy. Similar to wand work but draws on different aspects of magical core. Demonstration tomorrow, perhaps. Ron eyed the tiny package for Scabbers skeptically. Should I open this? It won't hurt him, will it? Lurch's expression was unreadable as he wrote, no harm to Rat. Family insisted. Still looking dubious, Ron unwrapped the small package to reveal what appeared to be a miniature silver collar with strange symbols engraved on it. A collar? For a rat, he said, baffled. Protective charm, Lurch wrote, though Harry noticed a certain tension in his posture. Against predators. Like Crookshanks, you mean, Ron said, brightening. That's brilliant. Hear that, Hermione? Even Lurch's family thinks your cat is dangerous to Scabbers. Hermione rolled her eyes but declined to restart their ongoing argument about their pets. I'll put it on him now, Ron decided, pulling Scabbers from his pocket where the rat had been sleeping. The moment the collar came near Scabbers, the rat went berserk. He squealed, bit Ron's finger hard enough to draw blood, and made a desperate leap for freedom. Ouch! Scabbers, what the, Ron exclaimed. But Lurch was faster. He moved with that impossible speed he displayed only in moments of perceived danger, catching Scabbers in mid-jump. The rat writhed frantically in his grasp, squealing in what sounded remarkably like terror. You're hurting him. Ron protested, clutching his bleeding finger. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Scabbers. Ron, how long have you had Scabbers? I dunno, years. He was Percy's before mine. Why? And how long do rats usually live? Ron blinked, momentarily distracted from his pet's distress. A few years, I guess. But he's a wizard's rat, they probably live longer. Lurch's expression had grown intensely focused. He shifted his grip on Scabbers, holding the struggling rat firmly but carefully with one hand while reaching for his notebook with the other. What he wrote was simply, not rat. What do you mean, not a rat? Ron demanded. Of course he's a rat. Harry suddenly remembered Lurch's strange reaction to Scabbers after the break-in, and the conversation about animagi. A cold suspicion began forming in his mind. Hermione, he said slowly, you said there were only 7 registered animagi this century. But what if there were unregistered ones? Hermione's eyes widened. You don't think? Lurch nodded emphatically, still keeping a firm grip on the frantically struggling Scabbers. That's mental, Ron protested. Scabbers can't be an animagus. He's just a rat. The collar, Harry realized. It wasn't to protect him from Crookshanks. It was to prevent him from transforming, wasn't it? Lurch nodded again. We need to take him to Dumbledore, Hermione decided. Right now. This is ridiculous, Ron continued to protest as they headed for the portrait hole. It's the middle of the night on Christmas Eve. We can't just, Ron, Harry interrupted firmly, what if we're right? What if Scabbers isn't a rat at all, but someone hiding? Someone who's been sleeping in your bed for years? Put that way, Ron's resistance crumbled. Fine. But you're all going to feel pretty stupid when Dumbledore confirms he's just a regular rat. They made their way through the deserted castle toward the headmaster's office. Lurch led the way, still holding the struggling Scabbers, who seemed to be growing increasingly desperate in his attempts to escape. When they reached the gargoyle guarding the entrance, they realized they didn't know the password. Now what? Ron asked. Told you this was a bad idea. Lurch, however, simply fixed the gargoyle with his hollow-eyed stare. After a moment, the stone creature shifted uncomfortably, then moved aside without a password being spoken. How did he do that? Hermione whispered as they ascended the spiral staircase. I think some magical creatures just recognize what Lurch is, Harry replied quietly. Remember how the Thestrals reacted to him? Dumbledore, despite the late hour, was awake and dressed in his office, examining a complex silver instrument that emitted puffs of purple smoke. He looked up as they entered, seeming unsurprised by the late-night visit. Ah, he said mildly. I see our little mystery may soon be resolved. Professor, Harry began, we think Scabbers, Ron's rat, might actually be an animagus. Do you indeed? Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. And what led you to this conclusion? Harry explained about Lurch's reactions to Scabbers, the Addams family's gift of the silver collar, and the rat's extreme reaction to it. Most interesting, Dumbledore murmured when he'd finished. He turned to Lurch. You've suspected for some time, I believe. Lurch nodded, then carefully placed Scabbers on Dumbledore's desk, maintaining a firm grip on him. Well, there is a simple way to determine the truth, Dumbledore said, drawing his wand. The animagus revealing spell. If your pet is indeed just a rat, Ron, it will cause him no harm. Ron nodded reluctantly. Go ahead. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the struggling rat and spoke an incantation. A flash of blue-white light erupted from his wand, striking Scabbers directly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to twist and expand. Lurch stepped back, and within seconds, where Scabbers had been, there now lay a short, balding man with grubby skin and small, watery eyes. He was partially curled into a fetal position on Dumbledore's desk, looking terrified. Merlin's beard! Ron exclaimed, jumping back. Scabbers is a person. Not just any person, Dumbledore said gravely. Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew? Harry repeated, stunned. But he's supposed to be dead. Sirius Black killed him. Evidently not, Dumbledore replied, his wand still trained on the trembling man. Pettigrew's eyes darted frantically around the room, lingering on the door as if calculating his chances of escape. Albus, he squeaked, thank goodness. I've been hiding for years. Black was after me, had to protect myself, a curious method of protection, Dumbledore observed calmly, to spend 12 years as a family pet rather than inform the authorities that you were alive. I was frightened. Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper. He betrayed them to you-know-who, then came after me when I confronted him. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped from beneath him. Black betrayed my parents. That is the official account, Dumbledore agreed, still watching Pettigrew carefully. However, recent developments have cast some doubt on that version of events. Lurch had moved to stand directly behind Pettigrew, his imposing presence preventing any thought of escape. Pettigrew glanced up at him and visibly shuddered. What is that thing? He whimpered. Keep it away from me. Lurch is an honored guest at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied mildly, and appears to have been instrumental in uncovering your deception, Peter. I didn't, Pettigrew's eyes continued to dart around desperately. Professor, Hermione spoke up, her voice shaking slightly, if Pettigrew has been alive all this time, hiding as a rat, does that mean Sirius Black might be innocent? A heavy silence followed her question. It is a possibility we must now consider, Dumbledore finally said. One that would explain several puzzling aspects of recent events. Like why the pocket watch kept reacting, Harry realized. It wasn't detecting Black, it was detecting Pettigrew. Lurch nodded in confirmation. And why Black broke into Gryffindor Tower, Hermione added. He wasn't after Harry at all. He was trying to get to Scabbers, to Pettigrew. Lies. Pettigrew shrieked. Black was the secret keeper. Everyone knows that. Was he? Dumbledore asked quietly. Or was there a change of plan at the last moment? A change known only to a small circle of trusted friends? Pettigrew's face contorted with fear. I think, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair, it is time we located Sirius Black and heard his side of this story. In the meantime, Peter will be secured and the Ministry informed of these developments. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured silvery ropes that bound Pettigrew securely. Another flick summoned Professor McGonagall, who arrived moments later in a tartan dressing gown, her expression shifting from irritation to shock as she took in the scene. Minerva, would you be so kind as to watch over Mr. Pettigrew while I alert the Ministry? Dumbledore requested. I believe Alastor Moody should be informed immediately. As McGonagall conjured a chair and forced the bound Pettigrew into it, Dumbledore turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You three should return to your dormitory. There will be many questions in the coming days, but for now, rest is in order. But Professor, Harry protested, if Sirius Black is innocent, if he didn't betray my parents, I want to know. Dumbledore's expression softened. And you shall, Harry, I promise you. But these matters must be handled with care. The wheels of justice, once set in motion in the wrong direction, can be difficult to redirect. Reluctantly, Harry allowed himself to be guided from the office. As they descended the spiral staircase, his mind whirled with implications. If Black hadn't betrayed his parents, if he wasn't a murderer, then the man Harry had been fearing might actually be. He's my godfather, Harry suddenly remembered. Sirius Black is my godfather. Hagrid mentioned it once. Blimey, Ron breathed. This changes everything. Lurch placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The touch conveyed more than words could, reassurance, protection, and a promise that whatever came next, Harry wouldn't face it alone. Christmas morning dawned bright and clear, the grounds covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the winter sunlight. Despite the late-night revelations, Harry woke early, his mind still racing with questions about Pettigrew, Black, and his parents. Lurch, as usual, was already present, standing near the window watching the sunrise. He turned as Harry sat up, offering a small nod of greeting. Happy Christmas, Lurch, Harry said, reaching for his glasses. Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, then gestured toward the foot of Harry's bed where presents had accumulated overnight. Thanks, Harry said, though presents seemed less important now than answers about his parents' betrayal. Ron stirred in his bed, yawning widely. Morning. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Harry replied automatically. Still can't believe Scabbers was a person all along, Ron muttered, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Slept in my bed. Used my toothbrush to clean his teeth once when he thought I wasn't looking. At least now we know why Crookshanks was after him, Harry pointed out. Hermione's cat knew he wasn't a real rat. Yeah, still not apologizing to her though, Ron decided, reaching for his own presents. Not after all the grief she gave me. They were halfway through opening their gifts when Hermione burst into the boys' dormitory, still in her dressing gown and looking excited. Harry. Ron. McGonagall just sent word, they've captured Sirius Black. What? Harry jumped up, nearly knocking over a package of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley. Where? How? He turned himself in. Hermione explained breathlessly. After they captured Pettigrew, Dumbledore somehow got a message to Black. He surrendered voluntarily at the Ministry an hour ago. Is he, do they believe him? Harry asked, his heart racing. About not betraying my parents? Pettigrew confessed under Veritaserum, Hermione said. He was the secret keeper, not Black. He betrayed your parents to Voldemort, then framed Black for his own murder and the deaths of those muggles. Harry felt as if the room were spinning. 12 years of history, his history, suddenly rewritten. The man he'd been fearing was innocent. His parents' true betrayer had been sleeping in Ron's bed. There's more, Hermione continued. Dumbledore wants to see you in his office after breakfast. He says Black wants to meet you, once he's been officially cleared. Harry sank back onto his bed, overwhelmed. My godfather, he's innocent. Lurch, who had been standing silently by the window throughout this exchange, moved to Harry's side and placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. The simple gesture helped anchor Harry amid the swirling emotions. Thanks, he murmured, drawing a deep breath. I should get dressed. If Dumbledore wants to see me. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a surreal experience. The usual Christmas decorations, 12 towering trees, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling, everlasting icicles, seemed jarringly festive given the momentous revelations of the night before. The few students who had remained over the holidays chattered excitedly about rumors of Pettigrew's capture and Black's surrender, while the staff table was notably empty except for Hagrid and Professor Flitwick. Where is everyone? Ron wondered, helping himself to sausages. Probably at the Ministry, Hermione guessed. This is huge news, it'll be all over the Daily Prophet by tomorrow. Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. What would Sirius Black be like? What would they say to each other? Would Black want to be part of Harry's life, or was turning himself in simply about clearing his name? After breakfast, Harry headed to Dumbledore's office, Lurch following at his usual distance. The gargoyle moved aside without a password, apparently remembering Lurch from the previous night. Dumbledore was alone in his office, looking tired but pleased. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Harry took the offered chair, while Lurch positioned himself by the door, an unobtrusive presence. I imagine you have many questions, Dumbledore began. Is it true? Harry asked immediately. Black is innocent. Pettigrew betrayed my parents. Yes to both questions, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. Peter Pettigrew was made your parents' secret keeper at the last moment, a change suggested by Sirius himself, who believed he would be the obvious target for Voldemort's followers. It was a decision made with the best intentions but the most tragic of outcomes. And no one knew. All this time. I myself did not know of the switch, Dumbledore admitted. James and Lily told no one except Sirius, Peter, and presumably Remus Lupin. In the chaos following their deaths and Voldemort's disappearance, Sirius confronted Peter, who staged his own death, killed 12 muggles with a single curse, and escaped in his animagus form. But why didn't Black tell anyone at his trial that Pettigrew was the secret keeper? Dumbledore's expression grew graver still. Because, Harry, Sirius Black never received a trial. He was sent directly to Azkaban based on eyewitness accounts and the widespread belief that he had been your parents' secret keeper. That's, Harry struggled to find words adequate to express his outrage. A terrible miscarriage of justice, Dumbledore finished for him. One that is now being rectified, though 12 years too late. When can I meet him? Harry asked, cutting to what mattered most to him. Sirius is currently at the Ministry, undergoing formal questioning and the process of having his name cleared. Once that is complete, likely within a few days, he has expressed an earnest desire to meet you. He wants to see me. Harry couldn't keep the hope from his voice. Very much so, Dumbledore assured him with a gentle smile. In fact, his exact words were, "Tell Harry I've waited 12 years to be a proper godfather, and I don't want to waste another minute once I'm free." A lump formed in Harry's throat. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "There is another matter I wish to discuss," Dumbledore continued after allowing Harry a moment to collect himself. "In light of recent developments, the need for Lurch's protection may seem diminished. However, I believe it would be wise for him to remain at Hogwarts until the end of the school year." Harry glanced at Lurch, who maintained his impassive expression. "I'd like that," he said honestly. "But why? If Black isn't a threat?" "Because while Sirius Black may not pose a danger to you, the escape of a supposedly dead Death Eater creates new concerns," Dumbledore explained. "We don't yet know if Pettigrew was working alone or in concert with others. Until we are certain of all the facts, additional protection remains prudent." Harry nodded, secretly relieved. Despite the revelation about Black, he'd grown accustomed to Lurch's presence and the sense of security it provided. "There is also the matter of your Patronus lessons with Professor Lupin," Dumbledore added. "While the Dementors will be withdrawn from school grounds once Black's innocence is officially confirmed, learning to defend yourself against them remains a valuable skill." "Yes, sir," Harry agreed. He hesitated, then asked, "Professor, does Lupin know about Pettigrew and Black, I mean?" "He was informed this morning," Dumbledore confirmed. "As one of your parents' closest friends, Remus has a personal stake in these revelations." Harry nodded, remembering how Lupin had reacted to seeing Lurch on the train, with recognition, but not fear. "Professor Lupin knows what Lurch is, doesn't he?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "What makes you say that?" "Just, the way he looked at him. Like he'd seen his kind before." "Remus Lupin has experience with many magical beings others might fear or misunderstand," Dumbledore replied carefully. "His own condition has given him perspective most wizards lack." This cryptic answer only reinforced Harry's growing suspicion about Lupin's monthly illnesses and Snape's mysterious potion deliveries, but he decided not to press the matter further. "Thank you, Professor," he said instead, rising from his chair. "For telling me about Black, about Sirius." "You're welcome, Harry. And a happy Christmas to you and to Lurch as well." The days following Christmas passed in a blur of anticipation. The Daily Prophet ran a special edition with the headline, "Sirius Black Innocent. Peter Pettigrew Alive and Guilty," followed by detailed coverage of Pettigrew's capture and Black's exoneration. The wizarding world was in an uproar, with the ministry facing severe criticism for imprisoning an innocent man without trial. Harry read every article, hungry for details about his godfather and his parents' final days. The facts, as they emerged, painted a picture both heartbreaking and infuriating. Sirius Black had spent 12 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit, while the real culprit lived in comfort as a family pet. On New Year's Eve, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione were enjoying a game of exploding snap in the common room, Professor McGonagall entered through the portrait hole. "Potter," she said, her expression uncharacteristically gentle, "you have a visitor." "In the headmaster's office." Harry's heart leapt. "Is it?" McGonagall nodded. "Sirius Black has been fully cleared of all charges and released from ministry custody. He arrived at Hogwarts an hour ago and is most anxious to meet you." Harry jumped to his feet, then hesitated, glancing at Lurch who stood nearby. "Can Lurch come too?" "Of course," McGonagall replied. "In fact, Mr. Black specifically requested his presence." This surprised Harry, but he didn't question it as they made their way to Dumbledore's office. His mind raced with questions, hopes, and not a small amount of anxiety. What would his godfather be like after 12 years in Azkaban? What would they talk about? Would they have any connection beyond Harry's parents? The gargoyle moved aside, and they ascended the spiral staircase. At the top, McGonagall knocked once on the door before opening it. "Potter is here, headmaster," she announced, ushering Harry inside. Harry's eyes immediately found the stranger standing by Dumbledore's desk. Sirius Black looked vastly different from the wanted posters that had plastered the wizarding world for months. He was still gaunt, with long dark hair, but his face had lost the haunted, skeletal quality of the photographs. His eyes, warm gray and intensely alive, fixed on Harry with an expression of wonder and longing. "Harry," he breathed, taking a step forward but stopping, as if unsure of his welcome. "Hello," Harry replied awkwardly, suddenly at a loss for words despite the countless conversations he'd imagined. Dumbledore rose discreetly from his desk. "Minerva, perhaps we should give them some privacy." He moved toward the door, pausing only to add, "Take as much time as you need. The office is yours for the afternoon." As the professors departed, Harry became aware of Lurch standing silently by the door. To his surprise, Black turned to the butler with a nod of recognition. "Lurch," he said. "It's been a long time. Thank you for watching over my godson." Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement. Harry stared between them in confusion. "You know each other?" he asked. A smile ghosted across Black's face. "The Addams family and I have a history. Your mother, in particular, was quite taken with Morticia Addams's approach to herbology. They corresponded for years." "My mother knew the Addams family?" Harry asked, astonished. "Lily Evans Potter was a woman of remarkable open-mindedness," Black replied, his eyes growing distant with memory. "She recognized valuable magic regardless of its source or reputation. The Addams family's expertise in protective enchantments interested her greatly, especially after you were born." Harry tried to absorb this new connection to his mother, this unexpected thread linking his past to his present. "I didn't know." "There's so much you don't know, Harry," Black said softly. "So many stories I should have been telling you all these years." His voice cracked slightly. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there." "It wasn't your fault," Harry replied immediately. "You were trying to catch Pettigrew. You were trying to avenge my parents. And I failed spectacularly," Black said with a bitter twist of his mouth. "Got myself thrown in Azkaban and left you with those awful muggles. Some godfather I turned out to be." "You're here now," Harry pointed out. Black's expression softened. "Yes, I am. And I intend to make up for lost time, if you'll let me." "I'd like that," Harry said honestly. An awkward silence fell, both of them wanting to bridge the 12-year gap but unsure where to begin. Surprisingly, it was Lurch who broke the impasse. He stepped forward, produced his notebook, and wrote something before handing it to Black. Black read it, then laughed, a rusty sound, as if long unused. "Trust an Addams to cut straight to what matters." He looked up at Harry. "Lurch suggests I begin by asking if you'd like to live with me once the school year ends." Harry's heart seemed to stop, then race ahead double time. "Live with you? You mean, leave the Dursleys?" "Only if you want to," Black hastened to add. "I understand if you'd prefer to stay where things are familiar, or if you'd rather I just visit occasionally, yes." Harry interrupted. "Yes, I want to live with you. I never want to go back to the Dursleys again." The smile that broke across Black's face transformed him, erasing years of suffering and revealing the handsome young man he must have been before Azkaban. "Really? You're sure?" "I've never been more sure of anything," Harry declared. Lurch made a sound that might have been satisfaction, moving back to his position by the door as if his primary task had been accomplished. "Well then," Black said, his voice stronger now, "we have plans to make. I've inherited a house in London, bit grim at the moment, but we can fix it up. And there's your parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow. It was damaged, of course, but the land is still yours. We could rebuild, if you prefer the countryside." "Either sounds brilliant," Harry said truthfully. Any home with his godfather would be better than Privet Drive. They spent the next hour talking, tentatively at first, then with increasing ease as they discovered shared interests and connections. Black, call me Sirius, please, told stories about Harry's parents that made him laugh and, occasionally, blink back tears. He asked about Harry's life, his expression darkening when Harry glossed over his years with the Dursleys. "I should never have gone after Peter that night," Sirius said at one point, regret heavy in his voice. I should have taken you and run, honored my duty as your godfather instead of seeking revenge. You couldn't have known what would happen, Harry assured him. No, but I knew what James and Lily wanted, for me to protect you above all else. Sirius glanced at Lurch. At least someone was doing that job properly this year. Lurch acknowledged this with a slight bow. How exactly do you know Lurch? Harry asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Sirius's expression grew thoughtful. The Addams family and the Blacks have connections going back centuries. Not always friendly ones, mind you. My family's obsession with blood purity clashed with the Addams' view that all forms of the strange and macabre are to be celebrated. He smiled faintly. I spent a summer with them once, after running away from home. They were peculiar, certainly, but kinder than my own family ever was. And Lurch? Lurch has served the Addams family longer than anyone knows, Sirius replied, with a respectful nod toward the butler. He remembers my grandfather's grandfather, I believe. Harry tried to process the implications of this casual statement about Lurch's age. So he's very old. Age means something different to his kind, Sirius said carefully. But yes, by our standards, quite old indeed. Before Harry could press for more specific information, a knock came at the office door. Dumbledore entered, followed by Professor Lupin, whose face broke into a wide smile at the sight of Sirius. I hope I'm not interrupting, Lupin said, but I couldn't wait any longer. Moony! Sirius exclaimed, rising from his chair. The two men embraced tightly, years of separation and misunderstanding dissolving in a moment of reconnection. Harry watched, feeling both slightly out of place and deeply moved. These were his father's best friends, the closest thing to family he had left in the wizarding world. We were just discussing summer plans, Sirius told Lupin after they separated. Harry's agreed to live with me. That's wonderful, Lupin replied, genuinely pleased. Though I expect Molly Weasley might try to kidnap him for part of the summer. She's quite protective of Harry. The more the merrier, Sirius declared. Our house will always be open to Harry's friends, and to you, Moony, whenever you want to visit. The conversation turned to practical matters, the legal guardianship process, retrieving Harry's belongings from the Dursleys, a prospect Sirius seemed to relish a bit too enthusiastically, and arrangements for the remainder of the school year. Through it all, Harry found his gaze repeatedly drawn to Lurch, who watched the proceedings with his usual impassive vigilance. What would happen when the year ended? Would Lurch return to the Addams family, his duty to protect Harry complete? The thought was surprisingly saddening. As if sensing his thoughts, Lurch moved closer, producing his notebook. He wrote briefly, then showed it to Harry, connection remains even when duty ends. Addams family considers you an ally now. Will I see you again after the school year? Harry asked quietly. Lurch nodded, writing, Sirius and Addams family maintaining contact. Visits possible. Protection continues in different forms. This was reassuring, though Harry realized how accustomed he'd grown to Lurch's silent, steadfast presence. The butler had become more than a guardian, he was a friend, in his own unique way. As the afternoon wore on, Dumbledore eventually suggested that they continue their reunion over dinner in his private dining room. Harry, Sirius, Lupin, and Lurch followed the headmaster through a door Harry had never noticed before, which opened into a comfortable room with a round table set for 5. The meal that followed was one of the happiest in Harry's memory, filled with stories, laughter, and a growing sense of belonging. For the first time, Harry felt he was glimpsing what his life might have been if his parents had lived, surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him, who knew him not just as the boy who lived, but as James and Lily's son. When dinner ended and they prepared to part ways, Sirius to guest quarters, Harry to Gryffindor Tower, his godfather pulled him into a tight embrace. I'll see you tomorrow, Sirius promised. We have years to catch up on. Tomorrow, Harry agreed, surprised by the lump in his throat. As he and Lurch walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt lighter than he had in months, possibly years. The weight of fearing Sirius Black was gone, replaced by the promising warmth of having a true family for the first time in his memory. "Thank you," he said to Lurch as they approached the fat lady's portrait. "Not just for protecting me, but for everything." Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, his normally impassive face softened by what might have been the ghost of a smile. January brought a return to classes, along with the rest of the student body and a flurry of excitement over the Sirius Black developments. Harry found himself the center of attention once again, bombarded with questions about his godfather and the revelations about Pettigrew. Sirius remained at Hogwarts, staying in guest quarters while finalizing plans for Harry's summer living arrangements. He often joined Harry for meals in the Great Hall, causing ripples of whispers and stares from the student body. The former prisoner of Azkaban was rapidly regaining his health and spirits, though Harry occasionally caught glimpses of the haunted look that 12 years among Dementors had left behind. One unexpected development was the friendship that formed between Sirius and Lurch. The two could often be seen in deep, one-sided conversation, Sirius talking animatedly while Lurch responded with minimal gestures that his companions seemed to interpret effortlessly. "What do you and Lurch talk about?" Harry asked one evening as they walked by the lake, his guardian following at a discreet distance. Sirius smiled. "Many things. The Addams family, mostly. They've been keeping tabs on the wizarding world in their own way over the years. Lurch is, well informed about certain matters most wizards overlook." "Like what?" "Movements in what the Addams call, the beyond," Sirius replied, his expression growing more serious. "Signs and portents. Old magic stirring." He glanced at Harry. "They've been concerned about you since you were a baby, you know. Not just because of Lily's connection to them, but because of the prophecy." Harry stopped walking. "What prophecy?" Sirius blinked, then winced. "Ah. I assumed Dumbledore had, well, perhaps that's a conversation for another time." "No, tell me now," Harry insisted. "What prophecy?" "About me and Voldemort?" Sirius hesitated, glancing back at Lurch, who had also stopped walking and was watching them intently. After a moment, the butler gave a slow, deliberate nod. "There was a prophecy made before you were born," Sirius finally said. "About a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. It's why Voldemort came after your family specifically. He knew part of the prophecy and believed it referred to you." "What did it say exactly?" Harry pressed, his heart pounding. "I don't know the exact wording," Sirius admitted. "James and Lily never told me everything, for my own safety, they said. Dumbledore knows, though. He's the one who heard it first." Harry absorbed this silently, another piece of the puzzle that was his life slotting into place. It explained so much, why Voldemort had targeted him specifically, why he continued to face danger year after year. "I should ask Dumbledore," he decided. Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. "You should, yes, but don't be surprised if he feels you're not ready to hear everything yet. Dumbledore plays a long game, Harry. He reveals what he believes you need to know when he believes you need to know it." "But it's my life," Harry protested. "Don't I have a right to know why Voldemort killed my parents? Why he keeps trying to kill me?" "You do," Sirius agreed. "And I promise you this, if Dumbledore won't tell you, I will find out and tell you myself when I think you're ready. No more secrets, Harry. You've had enough of those in your life." Harry nodded, grateful for his godfather's understanding. They resumed walking, the conversation turning to lighter topics, Quidditch, the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, Sirius's plans for renovating his family home. That night in the dormitory, Harry lay awake long after his roommates had fallen asleep. Lurch stood by the window as he often did during the night hours, a silent sentinel against the darkness. "Lurch," Harry said softly, knowing the butler would hear him even at a whisper. "What do you know about the prophecy?" Lurch turned from the window, his expression thoughtful in the moonlight. After a moment, he approached Harry's bed and produced his notebook. He wrote at length before handing it to Harry. The Addams family has connections to seers and oracles beyond wizarding knowledge. We know of the prophecy, though not its exact wording. It speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not. In our understanding, this refers not to conventional magic, but to something deeper, connections, bonds, the spaces between living and dead, between darkness and light. The very domains where Addams' magic operates. Harry read this twice, trying to understand. Are you saying the power to defeat Voldemort is something like what you've been teaching me? The perception exercises and Addams' magic? Lurch took back the notebook and wrote again, not exactly. Your power is uniquely your own. But understanding magic beyond wand work, beyond ministry classification, this broadens your options, gives you tools he will not expect. Is that why Dumbledore arranged for you to protect me? Not just because of Sirius Black, but because of what you could teach me? A nod, followed by more writing. Dumbledore plays long game, as Sirius said. Saw opportunity when Black escaped, legitimate reason to request Addams' assistance without revealing all his concerns about your future. Harry considered this, a new perspective on Dumbledore's actions taking shape in his mind. The headmaster had been several steps ahead, as usual, using the situation with Sirius to provide Harry with protection that went beyond the immediate threat, preparation for something further ahead. Will you continue teaching me the Addams magic? Lurch nodded, writing, as much as possible before term ends. Further instruction possible during summer visits. Some techniques require years to master. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For everything. Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, then returned to his post by the window. Harry turned over, his mind full of prophecies, ancient magic, and the complex web of protection that had surrounded him without his knowledge. For the first time, he felt not like a pawn being moved across a chessboard, but like a player beginning to understand the game. With Sirius, Lurch, and the knowledge they offered, perhaps he stood a chance against whatever fate the prophecy had laid out for him. As January gave way to February, Harry's Patronus lessons with Professor Lupin took on new significance. With the Dementors withdrawn from school grounds following Sirius's exoneration, the immediate need for the charm had diminished, but Lupin insisted they continue. The Patronus is not only effective against Dementors, he explained during one session. It's a manifestation of positive energy that can counter many forms of dark magic. Given your unique situation, Harry, mastering this spell seems prudent. Harry had been making steady progress, producing increasingly substantial silvery mist, though not yet a fully corporeal Patronus. Lurch attended these sessions, watching from a corner of Lupin's office with what Harry had come to recognize as academic interest. During one particularly frustrating lesson, where Harry repeatedly failed to produce more than a weak silver shield against the Boga Dementor, Lurch stepped forward unexpectedly. He gestured toward Harry, then to himself, clearly requesting permission to intervene. By all means, Lupin said, curious. You have a suggestion, Lurch? The butler approached Harry and produced his notebook. He wrote briefly, then showed it to both Harry and Lupin. Patronus requires happy memory, but also connection to life force. Addams' technique might help channel energy more effectively. An Addams approach to the Patronus charm? Lupin looked intrigued rather than skeptical. I'd be very interested to see this. Lurch positioned himself behind Harry, placing one large hand on his shoulder. With his other hand, he made a series of flowing gestures in the air, not the conventional wand movements Harry had been practicing, but something more fluid, as if drawing energy from the very atmosphere. Harry felt an immediate change, a warmth flowing from Lurch's hand into his shoulder, spreading throughout his body. It wasn't magic as he usually experienced it, but something deeper, more primal. The sensation reminded him of the connection he'd felt with the silver amulet and pocket watch, but amplified. Try now, Lupin suggested. With your happiest memory. Harry raised his wand, focusing on the moment Sirius had asked him to live with him. But instead of simply visualizing the memory, he tried to feel it as a connection, a thread of joy linking past, present, and future. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand, far brighter than his previous attempts. It coalesced rapidly, forming the unmistakable shape of a stag, proud, powerful, and perfectly formed. The Patronus cantered around the office before stopping before Harry, regarding him with silvery eyes that somehow conveyed both approval and protection. "Prongs," Lupin whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "James's animagus form." "My dad?" Harry asked, staring at the silver stag in wonder. "Yes. Your Patronus has taken the same shape as your father's animagus form." Lupin smiled, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Patronus often reflects something deeply significant to the caster. The stag lowered its head as if in acknowledgement, then dissolved into silver mist that lingered momentarily before fading away. Lurch removed his hand from Harry's shoulder, stepping back with a small nod of satisfaction. "That was incredible," Harry breathed, still feeling the residual warmth flowing through him. "What did you do exactly?" Lurch wrote in his notebook, "Helped you access deeper magical channels. Conventional wizarding education focuses too narrowly on wand as conduit. Body, mind, spirit are all pathways for magic. It's similar to certain Eastern magical traditions," Lupin observed. "The Japanese onmyoji and Chinese Wu work with energy channels not unlike what you just demonstrated, Lurch." The butler nodded in acknowledgement of this comparison. "Could you teach me to do that without your help?" Harry asked eagerly. "To access those deeper channels on my own." "Patience, Harry," Lupin cautioned with a smile. "You've just produced a fully corporeal Patronus, a remarkable achievement for a wizard of any age, let alone a third year. One step at a time." Lurch, however, wrote, "Possible with practice. Perception exercises we've done are foundation. Next step is feeling energy flows within and around you." "I think we've done enough for today," Lupin decided, checking his watch. "But I'd be very interested in continuing this collaboration, Lurch. Your approach to magical energy might benefit Harry in ways standard wizarding education cannot." Lurch bowed slightly in agreement. As they left Lupin's office, Harry felt a new sense of possibility opening before him. The magic he was learning from Lurch and the Addams family tradition wasn't just an interesting addition to his wizarding education, it was potentially transformative, offering a different perspective on his own power and how to access it. "Lurch," he said as they walked toward Gryffindor Tower, "the notebook you gave me mentioned something about the Addams family having connections to the Beyond. What exactly is that?" The butler considered for a moment, then wrote, "The Beyond is what wizards might call afterlife, but more complex. Not simply where spirits go, but realm of potential, where what might be and what once was exist simultaneously. Source of certain types of magic. And you can access this realm somehow." A nod, followed by, "exist partially within it at all times. Why Dementors find me disturbing, they feed on happiness from this realm, but cannot touch what exists in the Beyond. Is that how you caught me when I fell from my broom? By using magic from the Beyond?" Lurch wrote, "Partially. Momentarily shifted myself further into Beyond state, where physical laws differ. Allowed me to reach you before gravity completed its work." Harry tried to wrap his mind around this concept, a realm overlapping with the physical world, accessible to those who knew how to perceive it. It sounded like something from the fairy tales Dudley had rejected as baby stories years ago, yet Lurch and the Addams family apparently navigated this realm as easily as Harry moved through Hogwarts corridors. "Could I learn to do that? To access the Beyond?" Lurch's expression grew serious. He wrote at length, "With training, you could perceive it, interact with it in limited ways. But existing within it as I do requires different nature than living wizard possesses. Some boundaries should not be fully crossed." "But you cross them," Harry pointed out. A slight shake of the head, followed by, "Do not cross. Exist at intersection. Different concept. Born to this state, not achieved through practice." This confirmed what Harry had long suspected, that Lurch was fundamentally different from humans or even magical beings like goblins or centaurs. He existed in a state that defied conventional classification, neither fully alive nor dead, but something uniquely other. "Thank you for explaining," Harry said, sensing Lurch's reluctance to pursue this topic further. "And for helping with the Patronus. It felt amazing." Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, his expression softening slightly. For all his otherworldly nature, Harry realized, Lurch took genuine satisfaction in teaching and protecting, in fulfilling his duty not merely as an obligation, but as a calling. The next Hogsmeade weekend approached, bringing with it a new dynamic. Sirius would be accompanying Harry as his newly recognized guardian, rather than Lurch needing to smuggle him through secret passages. "I'm looking forward to showing you all my old haunts," Sirius told Harry at breakfast the morning of the visit. "The Three Broomsticks, Zonkos, Honeydukes, though I suppose you've seen most of it by now." "Officially, this will be my first visit," Harry reminded him with a grin. Sirius winked. "Of course. Wouldn't want to admit to any rule-breaking in front of a responsible guardian like myself." Ron snorted into his pumpkin juice. "Responsible? Didn't you just tell us yesterday about the time you and my dad charmed all the suits of armor to sing inappropriate versions of Christmas carols?" "That was educational," Sirius protested with mock seriousness. "A masterclass in charms application." As they bantered, Harry noticed Lurch standing near the entrance to the Great Hall, more alert than usual. His gaze swept the room continuously, pausing occasionally on individual students before moving on. "Lurch seems tense," Harry observed quietly. Sirius followed his gaze, his own expression growing more serious. "He's been on edge since dawn. When I asked, he indicated something about disturbances in, well, his perception of things." "Should we be worried?" Harry asked. "Vigilant, perhaps, but not worried," Sirius replied. "Lurch's senses operate differently from ours. He might be detecting something that hasn't fully manifested yet." This wasn't entirely reassuring, but Harry trusted both Sirius and Lurch enough not to let it spoil the day ahead. After breakfast, they bundled up against the February chill and joined the stream of students heading toward Hogsmeade. Lurch accompanied them, as always, though he maintained a greater distance than usual, his attention seemingly divided between watching over Harry and monitoring something only he could perceive. The village looked like a postcard scene, with thatched cottages and shops dusted in light snow. Sirius played tour guide enthusiastically, pointing out locations tied to stories from his school days, the alley where he and James had once hidden from an angry shopkeeper after setting off dumb bombs, the fence post where Lily had once hexed him for an ill-advised prank involving her schoolbooks. "She had quite the temper, your mother," Sirius recalled fondly. "And an impressive repertoire of jinxes. My eyebrows didn't grow back properly for weeks." They visited Zonkos, where Sirius insisted on purchasing an alarming quantity of joke products for Harry, educational materials, he claimed with a straight face to a skeptical Professor McGonagall, who happened to be passing by. In Honeydukes, he reminisced about James's legendary sweet tooth while loading Harry, Ron, and Hermione with enough chocolate and candy to last until Easter. Throughout their explorations, Lurch remained vigilant, often positioning himself at vantage points that allowed him to observe the surrounding area. His behavior, while subtle, was noticeable enough that Hermione eventually commented on it. "Is something wrong?" she asked as they left Scrivenshaft's quill shop. "Lurch seems more intense than usual." "He's sensing something," Harry explained in a low voice. "Not sure what exactly." "Should we go back to the castle?" she suggested, looking concerned. "And Miss Butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks?" Ron protested. "Come on, Lurch hasn't actually spotted any danger, has he? He's just being extra careful." Harry glanced at Sirius, who seemed thoughtful rather than alarmed. "What do you think?" "I think we should trust Lurch's instincts," Sirius replied, "but that doesn't necessarily mean abandoning our plans. Let's proceed to the Three Broomsticks, but stay alert." This seemed a reasonable compromise. They made their way to the popular pub, finding it crowded but not packed. Sirius secured them a table in a corner with good sightlines to both the entrance and the back door, a choice Harry suspected was deliberate rather than coincidental. Lurch positioned himself near the bar, where he could observe the entire room. Madame Rosmerta, the pretty barmaid, gave him a curious look but seemed less startled by his appearance than during Harry's previous, unauthorized visit. "For butterbeers, please," Sirius ordered when she approached their table. "And whatever Lurch would like." "Nothing for him," Rosmerta said, nodding toward the butler. "He already declined. Politely, though, bit of a gentleman, isn't he, for all his unusual appearance." "The Addams family is known for their impeccable manners," Sirius agreed with a smile. "Old-world courtesy, you might say." "Addams family?" Rosmerta repeated, her eyes widening slightly. "The Addams family sent him to Hogwarts. My grandmother used to tell stories about them." "All true, I expect," Sirius said lightly. "And then some." Rosmerta shook her head as she moved away to fetch their butterbeers. Strange times we're living in. They were halfway through their drinks when Lurch suddenly straightened, his attention fixed on the entrance. Harry turned to see Professor Lupin entering the pub, looking around as if searching for someone. When he spotted their table, he made his way over, his expression grave. "Sirius, Harry," he greeted them tensely. "I think we should return to the castle immediately." "What's happened?" Sirius asked, already rising from his seat. "Pettigrew has escaped ministry custody," Lupin said in a low voice. "He transformed during transport to Azkaban and slipped away." Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. "When?" "Last night. The ministry only informed Dumbledore an hour ago." Lupin glanced at Lurch. "Though I suspect your guardian already sensed something amiss." Lurch inclined his head in confirmation, moving to Harry's side with fluid urgency. "Right," Sirius said decisively. "Back to Hogwarts, all of you. No detours, no delays." They left their butterbeers half-finished and stepped outside into what had become a light snowfall. The street was less crowded now, many students having already returned to the castle or settled into the warmth of various shops. They had just reached the edge of the village when Lurch suddenly halted, his posture rigid with alertness. One massive hand shot out, stopping Harry in his tracks just as a jet of red light, a stunning spell, shot through the space where he would have been walking. "Down!" Sirius shouted, pushing Ron and Hermione behind a nearby stone wall while drawing his own wand with practiced speed. Another spell, green this time, flashed from the trees to their right, missing Lupin by inches. The professor dove for cover, sending a counter-curse in the direction of their attacker. Lurch moved with that eerie, impossible speed he displayed in moments of true danger. He placed himself between Harry and the unseen assailant, his form seeming to expand and darken as if gathering shadows around himself. A figure darted between trees at the edge of the forest, small, scurrying, too quick to target. "Pettigrew," Sirius spat, his face contorted with fury and determination. "Show yourself, you coward." A high, panicked voice replied from the shelter of the trees. "Stay back, Sirius. I don't want to hurt the boy, but I will if I must." "Hurt him?" Sirius barked a laugh utterly devoid of humor. "You've been trying to get close to him for months. What was your plan, Peter? Kidnap him? Take him to whatever's left of your master." Another spell shot from the trees, this one aimed directly at Sirius, who deflected it with a swift shield charm. Harry, crouched behind Lurch's protective form, felt a surge of anger replace his initial fear. This was the man who had betrayed his parents, who had lived in his dormitory for years, who had framed his godfather. He gripped his wand tightly, ready to fight rather than hide. "Harry, stay down," Lupin cautioned, apparently sensing his intentions. "He's desperate and dangerous." But Harry had had enough of being protected from truths and dangers that were fundamentally his to face. He straightened, though remained partially sheltered by Lurch's imposing form. "Why did you do it, Pettigrew?" he called out. Why betray my parents to Voldemort? A moment of silence followed his question. Then Pettigrew's voice replied, strained and defensive. You don't understand, Harry. The Dark Lord, his powers, you have no idea. What would you have done? Died rather than betray my friends, Harry shot back, echoing what Sirius had told him during one of their conversations about the past. A strangled noise from the trees suggested this had struck home. Easy to say, when you haven't been tested, haven't faced his wrath. While Pettigrew was distracted by the conversation, Sirius had been slowly circling toward the tree line, using the falling snow as additional cover. Lupin, Harry noticed, was moving in the opposite direction, the two former friends executing what was clearly a practiced flanking maneuver. Lurch, meanwhile, had begun to emit that deep, resonant tone Harry had heard during the Dementor encounters, a sound that seemed to vibrate the very air. The snow falling around him began to behave strangely, the flakes slowing and then stopping entirely, suspended in mid-air as if time itself had paused in their vicinity. What magic is this? Pettigrew's voice had risen an octave, genuine fear replacing his previous bravado. Call off your creature, Harry. Lurch isn't a creature, Harry replied coldly. And he's not mine to command. He protects me because he chooses to. The suspended snowflakes began to move again, not falling, but flowing sideways, gathering into a swirling pattern that surrounded Lurch and, by extension, Harry. The temperature dropped noticeably, but unlike the unnatural cold of Dementors, this chill felt focused, deliberate. Pettigrew broke cover in a panic, transforming into his rat form and scurrying across the open ground. He never made it to the next patch of trees. The swirling snow suddenly shot forward like a living thing, enveloping the fleeing rat in a miniature blizzard. When the snow settled, Pettigrew lay on the ground in human form, bound in what appeared to be ropes of ice, struggling futilely against his restraints. Sirius and Lupin converged on the captured traitor, wands trained on him with unwavering focus. Harry moved to join them, Lurch following close behind. Impressive, Lupin commented, nodding toward Lurch. I've never seen weather manipulation quite like that. Adam's family specialty, Sirius explained grimly. They have a different relationship with natural forces than most wizards. Pettigrew stared up at them with watery eyes, his gaze darting between their faces and fixing finally on Lurch with naked terror. What is he whimpered. What has Dumbledore brought into the school? Someone who sees through your deceptions, Harry answered, finding it difficult to believe he had once petted this man, allowed him to sleep in his dormitory. Someone who knew what you were from the beginning. Lurch gazed down at Pettigrew, his expression unreadable but somehow more present, more intense than his usual impassive demeanor. He raised one hand in that strange gesture Harry had seen him use against the Dementors, fingers splayed, palm vertical, thumb crossed over his palm. Pettigrew flinched violently. Keep him away from me. Sirius, please. For what we once were to each other. You destroyed what we once were, Sirius replied coldly. The moment you betrayed James and Lily. Aurors arrived minutes later, alerted by the commotion. This time, they took no chances with their prisoner. Pettigrew was placed in magical restraints designed specifically to prevent animagus transformation, with additional binding spells as backup. As they led him away, he kept looking back at Lurch with that same expression of abject terror, as if the butler represented something far worse than merely returning to Azkaban. What did Lurch do to him? Harry asked Sirius once the Aurors had departed with their prisoner. That gesture seemed to frighten Pettigrew more than anything else. Sirius's expression was grim. The Addams family has certain abilities regarding those who have betrayed sacred trusts. Lurch was showing Peter a glimpse of what awaits him beyond this life. You mean, after death? Something like that, Sirius replied. The Addams view betrayal as one of the gravest sins, a violation of the bonds that connect all beings across different states of existence. Their understanding of consequences extends beyond what most wizards comprehend. Harry looked at Lurch with newfound respect and, yes, a touch of healthy fear. The butler had returned to his usual stoic demeanor, the snow around him falling naturally once more, but Harry would never again forget the power that lurked beneath that formal, restrained exterior. "Thank you," he said simply. "For stopping him." Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, and they began the walk back to Hogwarts together, an unusual group bound by bonds both old and new, the werewolf professor, the exonerated godfather, and the butler who walked between worlds, all united in their determination to protect the boy who lived. The final months of the school year passed with surprising tranquility following Pettigrew's recapture. The former rat was securely imprisoned in Azkaban, this time with no possibility of escape. Magical restraints prevented him from transforming, and additional wards had been placed specifically to contain him. Harry continued his lessons with Lurch, delving deeper into the Adam's approach to magic. He learned to sense the subtle energies that flowed through Hogwarts' ancient stones, to perceive the faint echoes of past events that lingered in places of strong emotion, and to recognize the unique magical signatures of different beings. His progress was remarkable, according to Sirius, who occasionally joined these sessions. "You have your mother's sensitivity to magical currents," he observed after watching Harry successfully navigate the room of requirement blindfolded, guided only by his perception of energy flows. Lily could always sense when magic had been performed in a location, even days afterward. With the threat of Pettigrew neutralized, Lurch's role gradually shifted from bodyguard to teacher. He remained vigilant, of course, but his focus turned increasingly toward preparing Harry for challenges beyond the immediate. One evening in late May, as they sat in the room of requirement practicing what Lurch called boundary perception, exercises to sense the thin veil between ordinary reality and the beyond, Harry broached a subject that had been on his mind for weeks. "When the school year ends," he began, "and I go to live with Sirius, what will happen to you, Lurch? Will you return to the Addams family?" Lurch paused in his demonstration of a complex gesture involving both hands moving in opposing spirals. He reached for his notebook and wrote, "Return to family mansion, yes. But connection to you remains. Distance is meaningless across certain boundaries. Will I see you again?" Harry pressed. A nod, followed by, "Sirius arranging summer visit to Addams family. Continuing your education in our methods. Also, this." From his jacket, Lurch produced a small black box similar to the one that had contained the protection amulet at Christmas. When he opened it, Harry saw what appeared to be a small hand mirror with an ornate silver frame decorated with the now familiar Addams family motifs. "What is it?" Lurch wrote, "Communication mirror. Paired with one at Addams mansion. Allows contact regardless of distance. For emergencies or questions during training." Harry took the mirror carefully, feeling the now familiar tingle of Addams magic against his fingertips. "So I can talk to you? Or to the Addams family?" A nod, with additional writing, "Speak name of person you wish to contact while holding mirror. If they are near paired mirror, connection forms." "That's brilliant," Harry said sincerely, touched by this tangible link to both Lurch and the mysterious family who had sent him to Hogwarts. "Thank you." Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, then gestured for Harry to continue the boundary perception exercise. As Harry closed his eyes and focused on sensing the subtle shifts in magical energy around him, he reflected on how much had changed since Lurch's arrival in his life. Not just the obvious changes, Sirius's freedom, a new home awaiting him, freedom from the Dursleys, but deeper transformations in how he understood and approached magic itself. Lurch had opened doors to aspects of magical reality Harry hadn't known existed, expanding his understanding beyond the confines of conventional wizarding education. When the final day of term arrived, Harry found himself experiencing an unexpected emotion, genuine excitement about the summer ahead. For the first time in his life, he wasn't dreading the end of the school year, wasn't counting down the days until he could return to Hogwarts. Instead, he was looking forward to beginning his new life with Sirius at Grimmauld Place, which his godfather had been renovating frantically over the past months. "It's still a bit grim," Sirius admitted as they walked toward the Hogwarts Express, Harry's trunk floating behind them. "Generations of black family darkness leave their mark. But the east wing is completely habitable now, and the garden's coming along nicely. It sounds perfect, Harry said honestly. Any home with Sirius would be better than Privet Drive. The Weasleys have already extracted a promise that you'll visit the burrow for at least 2 weeks, Sirius continued. And Molly insists we both come for dinner every Sunday. I think she's determined to fatten me up. She'll succeed, too, Harry laughed. No one escapes Mrs. Weasley's feeding campaign. As they reached the Hogsmeade platform, Harry noticed Lurch standing slightly apart from the crowd, his imposing figure causing students to give him a wide berth despite the familiarity they developed over the school year. I should say goodbye, Harry told Sirius, nodding toward his guardian. Of course. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. I'll secure us a compartment. Harry approached Lurch, suddenly finding it difficult to express what he wanted to say. How did you properly thank someone who had not only protected you from physical danger but had expanded your understanding of reality itself? So, he began awkwardly, I guess this is it for now. Until the summer visit, I mean. Lurch produced his notebook and wrote, never truly separated. Bonds formed through protective magic endure across distance. We'll know if you are in danger. Like through the amulet and the watch. A nod, followed by, those are physical anchors, but connection exists beyond them. Adam's family considers you under our protection now. Permanently. I don't know how to thank you, Harry said honestly. Not just for keeping me safe from Pettigrew, but for everything you've taught me. Lurch considered for a moment, then wrote, no thanks needed. Honor to serve and teach. You have natural affinity for boundary magic, rare in wand wielders. I'll practice what you've shown me, Harry promised. Every day, like you said. A hint of what might have been a smile flickered across Lurch's somber features. He closed his notebook and, in an unprecedented gesture, extended his hand to Harry. Harry took it without hesitation, feeling that now familiar tingle of Adam's magic flowing between them. It wasn't just a handshake but a confirmation of connection, an acknowledgement of a bond that transcended the conventional teacher-student or guardian-ward relationship. Goodbye, Lurch, Harry said as they released hands. For now. The butler bowed formally, then straightened to his full, imposing height. He intoned, the familiar sound somehow conveying more meaning than Harry had ever detected in it before. As Harry turned to board the Hogwarts Express, he glanced back one last time. Lurch stood motionless on the platform, a figure from another reality who had temporarily stepped into Harry's world and changed it irrevocably. Harry touched the amulet beneath his shirt, feeling its reassuring warmth against his skin. The watch rested in his pocket, and the mirror was safely packed in his trunk. Physical reminders of Lurch's protection, yes, but more importantly, connections to a type of magic that few wizards ever encountered, magic that might, someday, prove to be the power the Dark Lord knows not. With a smile and a final wave, Harry boarded the train to begin his journey toward a future that, for the first time, felt full of genuine possibility rather than looming threat. And though Lurch would no longer be his constant shadow, Harry carried with him something perhaps more valuable, the knowledge and perspective of the silent guardian who had shown him that reality was far more complex, and his own potential far greater, than he had ever imagined. Chapter 3, The Truth Unearthed. The Addams family mansion loomed against the summer storm clouds like something torn from a Victorian nightmare. Lightning split the sky behind its spires and turrets, briefly illuminating stained glass windows that depicted scenes no church would ever sanction. The grounds around it grew wild in patterns that seemed deliberate in their chaos, plants Harry couldn't identify twisted together in arrangements that somehow felt both beautiful and wrong. Home sweet home, Sirius murmured beside him as their carriage, drawn by skeletal horses that made Thestrals look positively cuddly, approached the front gates. Harry leaned forward, unable to contain his fascination. After 2 weeks settling into Grimmauld Place with Sirius and another week at the Burrow, the promised visit to the Addams family had arrived. He'd been both nervous and excited for days, eager to see Lurch again, curious about the family that had sent him as protection, and slightly apprehensive about what awaited inside that imposing structure. "You're sure they're expecting us?" he asked, fingering the protection amulet that hadn't left his neck since Christmas. Sirius laughed. "The Addams family always expects visitors, Harry. It's part of their particular magic." The wrought iron gates swung open of their own accord as the carriage approached, revealing a pathway lined with statues that seemed to shift positions when viewed from the corner of the eye. The front door opened before they reached it, and there stood Lurch, exactly as Harry remembered him, immaculate in his butler's uniform, impassive as ever. "Lurch!" Harry couldn't help grinning as he jumped down from the carriage. Lurch intoned, the sound somehow conveying genuine pleasure at their arrival. He bowed formally, first to Harry, then to Sirius. "Good to see you again, old friend," Sirius said warmly. "The place looks exactly the same, actually. Comforting to know some things never change." Lurch gestured them inside, taking their bags with effortless strength. The entrance hall beyond was a study in macabre elegance, grand staircase, towering ceilings, and decor that combined priceless antiquities with items Harry strongly suspected had been collected from tombs, crime scenes, and dimensions beyond human comprehension. A tall, elegant woman glided forward to greet them. She moved with such fluid grace she seemed almost to float rather than walk, her floor-length black dress accentuating her impossible pallor and raven hair. Behind her came a shorter, mustached man in a pinstriped suit, his eyes bright with manic energy. "Sirius Black, as I live and breathe, which some argue I don't," the man exclaimed, pumping Sirius's hand enthusiastically. "And young Harry Potter. Magnificent to meet you at last. Absolutely capital. Harry, may I present Gomez and Morticia Addams," Sirius said, grinning. "My summer hosts from many years ago, and your mother's occasional correspondence." "Welcome to our home, Harry," Morticia said, her voice a velvet purr. "Lurch has told us so much about you." Harry tried not to stare. Everything about Morticia Addams radiated power, not the brash, obvious power of a wizard hurling spells, but something ancient and assured that seemed woven into her very being. "Thank you for sending Lurch to protect me," he managed. "And for the amulet and watch. They've been incredibly useful. Family treasures should go where they'll be appreciated," Gomez declared, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "And anyone Lurch deems worthy of protection is practically family already." More Addams family members appeared, Wednesday and Pugsley, the children, who regarded Harry with calculating interest, Grandmama, whose age seemed both impossible to determine and somehow irrelevant, Uncle Fester, whose cheerful insanity made Fred and George Weasley seem positively restrained, and Thing, a disembodied hand that scuttled about the household performing tasks with alarming efficiency. The 3 days that followed were among the strangest of Harry's life, which, given his previous experiences at Hogwarts, was saying something. The Addamses lived by their own rules, their own sense of what was normal or desirable. Dangers that would terrify ordinary wizards were treated as amusements. Magic that the Ministry would classify as dark was practiced openly as family tradition. Yet beneath the surface weirdness, Harry found something unexpectedly appealing, a family that embraced their differences without apology, that valued loyalty above all else, and that viewed magic not as something to be controlled and categorized, but as a wild, wonderful force to be danced with rather than tamed. On their second evening, after a dinner featuring dishes Harry decided not to inquire too deeply about, Gomez led them to what he called the sanctuary, a vast, circular room deep beneath the mansion. The walls were lined with artifacts that seemed to pulse with power, and the ceiling opened to reveal not the night sky, but what appeared to be multiple skies layered on top of each other. "This is where we teach the young ones," Gomez explained, lighting a cigar with a flame that appeared at his fingertips. "Where boundaries thin and the beyond becomes accessible." Lurch was waiting for them, standing beside a table covered in ancient books and peculiar instruments. He bowed when they entered, then produced his notebook and wrote, "Time to continue your education, Harry." What followed was an intensive crash course in Addams magic, not just the perception exercises Harry had practiced at Hogwarts, but deeper techniques involving manipulation of boundaries between states of being. Morticia demonstrated how to step sideways into shadows, emerging elsewhere in the room. Wednesday showed him how to sense the histories of objects by touching them with his mind rather than his hands. Gomez taught him fencing techniques that incorporated moves impossible under normal physical laws. And Lurch revealed more of his true abilities than Harry had ever witnessed at Hogwarts. The butler moved through solid objects as if they were mist, summoned objects from apparently empty air, and at one point, split into 3 identical versions of himself that operated independently before merging back together. Blimey, Harry breathed after this particular demonstration. You couldn't have done that when we were catching Pettigrew. Lurch wrote in his notebook, certain abilities restricted at Hogwarts. Too much disturbance in school's magical fabric. Here, near family nexus, fewer limitations. It's all about location, location, location. Gomez declared, executing a perfect handstand for no apparent reason. The Adams Mansion exists at a convergence of ley lines and boundaries. Makes our particular brand of magic flow more smoothly. On their final night, after Harry had spent hours practicing with the dueling prisms he'd received at Christmas, managing to shatter a crystal vase from 50 paces through focused intent alone, Morticia invited him to the conservatory, a greenhouse filled with plants that would give Professor Sprout nightmares. Your mother was particularly interested in our botanical collection, she said as they walked between rows of flowering plants that seemed to track their movement with invisible eyes. Lily understood that plants exist in multiple states simultaneously, rooted in earth, reaching toward sky, extending into the beyond through root networks we cannot see. You really knew her well? Harry asked, hungry as always for connections to his parents. We corresponded for several years, Morticia confirmed, stroking a vine that shuddered with what seemed suspiciously like pleasure. After she learned she was pregnant with you, she became especially interested in our protective enchantments. Did she visit here? Once, Morticia said, her red lips curving into a smile of remembrance. James came too, though he found our home somewhat unsettling. Lily, however, adapted beautifully. She had a natural affinity for understanding magic beyond traditional boundaries. That's what Sirius says about me, Harry said, watching in fascination as Morticia fed what appeared to be raw meat to a particularly vicious-looking orchid. Indeed. The ability runs in certain bloodlines. The Evanses carried it, though most never developed magical abilities strong enough to access it. She fixed Harry with her intense gaze. Your mother sought our knowledge because she sensed dark times approaching. She wanted every possible protection for you. Harry's throat tightened. Did she know what would happen? Not specifically, Morticia replied gently. But she was remarkably intuitive. She believed you would face unusual challenges and wanted you equipped with understandings beyond conventional wizarding education. She reached into the bodice of her dress, a movement that would have made Harry blush furiously if not for the solemnity of the moment, and withdrew a small, aged envelope. She left this with us, to be given to you when the time was right. Lurch indicated that time has come. Harry took the envelope with trembling hands. His name was written on it in elegant script, his mother's handwriting. Thank you, he whispered. Morticia inclined her head. I'll leave you to read in private. The African strangler won't disturb you, I've already fed him today. She glided away, leaving Harry alone among the sentient, possibly carnivorous plants. He carefully opened the envelope, which was sealed with wax bearing an unusual symbol, the same hand with an eye in the palm that adorned his protection amulet. Inside was a single sheet of parchment covered in the same flowing script as the envelope. My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then 2 things are true, I am gone, and you have found your way to the Addams family. Both fill me with complex emotions, grief that I couldn't watch you grow up, but profound relief that you have discovered allies I trusted deeply. There is magic in this world that exists beyond the classifications and regulations of the ministry. Magic that flows through bloodlines and connections, through promises and intentions. The Addams family understands this magic better than anyone else I've encountered in our world. I don't know what challenges you face as you read this, but I know they must be significant if Morticia has deemed it time to share these words. Trust what the Addams family teaches you. Their methods may seem strange, they certainly did to your father, but their understanding of magical forces predates modern wizardry by centuries. Remember that love is the strongest magic of all, not just a pretty sentiment, but a genuine power that creates connections transcending ordinary boundaries of time, space, and even death. This is something the Addamses understand intuitively, though they might express it in ways others find peculiar. Know that your father and I love you across all boundaries. Not even death truly separates us. With endless love, Mum. Harry read the letter twice more, tears blurring his vision. His mother's voice seemed to echo in the words, practical yet deeply loving, concerned for his future yet confident in his abilities. And her connection to the Addams family explained so much about why Dumbledore had sought their help specifically when Sirius escaped. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, feeling somehow both hollowed out and filled up by this unexpected connection to his mother. As he left the conservatory, he found Lurch waiting in the hallway, hands clasped formally before him. She knew you, Harry said quietly. My mother. She knew what you were. Lurch nodded, producing his notebook to write, Lily Evans Potter saw beyond appearances. Recognized ancient magics for what they were. Remarkable witch. She trusted you. Trusted your family. Another nod, followed by, trust well placed. Addams' loyalty, once given, extends beyond death. Protection continues. Harry studied the butler, this being who existed between states of reality, who had stood guard over him faithfully throughout the school year, who had taught him to perceive magic in ways Hogwarts never could. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Lurch inclined his head in acknowledgement, his usually impassive face softening almost imperceptibly. They departed the next morning after a breakfast that featured suspiciously mobile sausages and toast that screamed briefly when bitten into. The entire Addams clan gathered on the front steps to bid them farewell, with promises extracted that Harry would return for longer next summer. Remember what you've learned about boundary work, Morticia instructed, kissing his cheek with lips that left a chill rather than warmth. And if you need anything blown up, write immediately. Uncle Fester added enthusiastically. Gomez pressed a small wooden box into Harry's hands. A little something for your upcoming school year. One never knows when ancient artifacts might come in handy. As their carriage pulled away, Harry looked back to see Lurch standing slightly apart from the family, his tall figure unmistakable even at a distance. The butler raised one hand in farewell, a gesture that somehow conveyed more emotion than his stoic features ever showed. You'll see him again at Christmas, Sirius said, noticing Harry's gaze. Gomez mentioned they might visit Grimmauld Place for the holidays. Harry nodded, turning back to face forward as the gates closed behind them. He felt different after these few days, not just because of the magic he'd learned or his mother's letter, but because he'd glimpsed a perspective on the magical world that few wizards ever encountered. The Addams family existed outside the neat categories and regulations of the ministry, practicing magic that flowed from different sources than wands and incantations. And somewhere in that alternative understanding, Harry sensed, might lie the key to facing whatever challenges awaited him in the future. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual start-of-term excitement when Harry and Sirius arrived on September 1st, students called to each other across the crowded station, owls hooted indignantly from their cages, and parents delivered last-minute instructions and reminders. Harry spotted Ron and Hermione almost immediately. They waved enthusiastically, hurrying over to greet him. Harry! How was the rest of your summer? Hermione asked, embracing him quickly. Brilliant, he replied honestly. You wouldn't believe the Addams mansion, it makes the Shrieking Shack look like a cozy cottage. Did they really feed you eyeball stew? Ron asked, looking both disgusted and fascinated. Fred and George kept telling me these mental stories about Addams family meals. Nothing that straightforward, Harry laughed. But I'd advise against asking too many questions about the ingredients. Sirius helped load Harry's trunk onto the train, then pulled him into a quick hug. Write often, he instructed. And remember what we discussed about the tournament. Keep your head down if possible. Harry nodded, grateful for the warning. Sirius had told him about the Triwizard tournament being revived at Hogwarts this year, information gleaned from his new position consulting with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on security matters. I've no interest in eternal glory, Harry assured him. One near-death experience per year is my limit. See that it is, Sirius replied with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. And don't forget, the mirror works both ways. Use it if you need me. The whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. Harry boarded the train with Ron and Hermione, finding an empty compartment near the back. As they settled in, Harry couldn't help glancing around, half expecting to see Lurch's imposing figure keeping watch nearby. The absence felt strange after a year under the butler's constant protection. Feels weird without Lurch looming about, doesn't it? Ron commented, echoing Harry's thoughts. Got used to having our own personal monster. Guardian. I miss him too, Hermione admitted, surprising Harry slightly. He was actually quite helpful in the library. Could reach the highest shelves without a ladder. Harry laughed, but there was truth beneath their light remarks. Lurch's presence had become a reassuring constant during their previous year, a silent, steadfast protector who had ultimately helped uncover Pettigrew's deception and clear Sirius's name. The train pulled away from the station, London giving way to suburbs and eventually countryside as they journeyed north. Harry told Ron and Hermione more about his visit to the Addams family, carefully omitting the most personal details about his mother's letter but sharing the strange and often hilarious aspects of life in their mansion. Thing was definitely the oddest, he concluded after describing the disembodied hand that served as a household assistant. Just scuttles around doing chores and playing piano. Wednesday claims it's been with the family for centuries. That can't be possible, Hermione said, her academic curiosity piqued despite her skepticism. No spell could maintain something like that for centuries. The Addamses don't really use spells the way we do, Harry tried to explain. It's more like, they exist slightly differently than other people. Like they're partly in our world and partly somewhere else. Like Lurch, Ron nodded. Always seemed like he wasn't fully here, you know. Exactly, Harry agreed. Lurch explained that the Addams family operates in what they call the spaces between, gaps in reality where different rules apply. Hermione leaned forward, intrigued. That sounds like theories I've read about in advanced magical studies texts, the idea that our reality is just one layer among many, with certain locations acting as thin spots between dimensions. That's their whole mansion, Harry confirmed. Built on some kind of convergence point where these boundaries are naturally weaker. Their discussion was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open to reveal Draco Malfoy, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Well, if it isn't Potter and his entourage, Malfoy drawled. Missing your pet monster this year? Father says Dumbledore finally came to his senses about allowing dark creatures in the school. Harry tensed, annoyed by both the interruption and the insult to Lurch. Funny, I was just missing having someone around who could scare you into wetting yourself, Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward menacingly, but Malfoy held up a hand to stop them. Enjoy your false sense of security while it lasts, Potter. This year's going to be interesting. His smirk suggested he knew something they didn't. Particularly for those who've made enemies in high places. Is there a point to this visit? Hermione asked impatiently. Or did you just come to practice your cryptic threats? Malfoy's pale eyes shifted to her with familiar contempt. No one asked for your opinion, Mudble, he never finished the word. The compartment temperature plummeted suddenly, frost crystallizing on the windows. The lights flickered, and the air seemed to thicken, becoming difficult to breathe. Harry felt something stir within his pocket, the small mirror Lurch had given him, now vibrating with an intensity that was almost painful through the fabric. Without thinking, he reached for it, his fingers closing around its cold surface. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were backing away from something they couldn't see but could clearly sense, a presence that filled the space between Harry and the Slytherins. What is that? Malfoy's voice had risen an octave, his usual composure shattered. Harry held up the mirror, which now emitted a faint silver glow. In its reflection, he could see what the others couldn't, a shadowy approximation of Lurch, indistinct but unmistakable, standing protectively before him. Just a reminder that some connections don't end with distance, Harry said quietly, understanding now what Lurch had meant about bonds formed through protective magic. The butler wasn't physically present, but a fragment of his guardian energy had remained linked to Harry through the Adams artifacts. The Slytherins retreated hastily, practically tripping over each other in their rush to leave the compartment. The door slammed behind them, and immediately the temperature began to normalize, the frost melting from the windows. What just happened? Ron asked, wide-eyed. Did you do something? Harry looked down at the mirror, which had stopped glowing and now appeared completely ordinary. Not intentionally. I think Lurch left part of his protection with me. Through this. He explained about the communication mirror and its connection to the Adams mansion. It's like a magical alarm system, Hermione marveled, examining the mirror with scholarly interest. Triggered by genuine ill intent toward you. Fascinating. Harry tucked the mirror carefully back into his pocket, feeling strangely comforted. He'd been worried about facing the new school year without Lurch's protection, especially given his track record of finding trouble. Now he understood that the butler's guardianship extended beyond physical presence, a connection that transcended ordinary magical limitations. The remainder of the journey passed peacefully. As they changed into their school robes, Harry found himself oddly eager to return to Hogwarts, curious about what this year might bring. Between Sirius's warning about the Triwizard tournament and Malfoy's cryptic comments, he suspected the usual quota of excitement awaited. What he couldn't have anticipated, however, was how dramatically the Adams family would re-enter his life before the year's end. The announcement of the Triwizard tournament at the welcoming feast created exactly the stir Dumbledore must have expected. Students whispered excitedly about eternal glory and 1,000 galleons prize money, while the revelation that only those 17 or older could enter caused an uproar among the younger years. Thank Merlin for that age restriction, Harry commented to Ron and Hermione as they headed toward Gryffindor Tower afterward. Removes any temptation to do something stupid. You're not even slightly interested? Ron asked, clearly disappointed by Harry's lack of enthusiasm. After last year? No thanks. I've had enough excitement to last me a while. Hermione gave him an approving nod. That's very mature, Harry. Besides, this gives you more time to focus on your studies. And perhaps continue some of that special training you mentioned. Harry nodded, knowing she meant the Adams magical techniques he'd begun learning. I promised Lurch I'd practice daily. The Adams magic works differently here than at their mansion, but the basic principles still apply. Back in the dormitory, Harry unpacked his trunk, carefully arranging his Adams artifacts on his bedside table, the pocket watch, the communication mirror, and the new item Gomez had given him, a small wooden box containing what appeared to be a set of carved bone dice inscribed with symbols Harry didn't recognize. A note had explained they were divination tools for those who prefer not to leave fate entirely to chance. Harry hadn't quite figured out how to use them yet, but the ominous rattling they produced whenever he held the box suggested they were trying to tell him something. As he settled into bed, he touched the protection amulet beneath his pajamas, drawing comfort from its familiar warmth against his skin. Despite Lurch's physical absence, Harry felt the connection remained, a tether to the strange, wonderful world of the Adams family that now formed an unexpected part of his heritage through his mother's relationship with them. The first few weeks of term established a routine. Classes resumed with their usual mix of fascination and frustration. Professor Moody, their new defense against the dark arts teacher, proved both brilliant and slightly terrifying, his demonstration of the unforgivable curses leaving the class stunned and Harry particularly disturbed. There was something not right about that, he confided to Ron and Hermione afterward. The way he performed those curses, it seemed almost like he enjoyed it. He's an ex-Auror, Ron pointed out. Probably had to use them against Death Eaters during the war. Still, Hermione said thoughtfully, Harry has a point. There was something excessive about his demonstration. Harry found himself wishing he could discuss his unease with Lurch, whose silent presence had often provided a sounding board for his concerns the previous year. Instead, he tried to apply the perception techniques he'd learned at the Adams mansion, attempting to sense the energy and intentions behind Moody's gruff exterior. The results were inconclusive. There was definitely something unusual about Moody's magical signature, a strange doubling effect that Harry couldn't quite interpret, but whether that indicated anything sinister or was simply a result of the professor's many magical injuries and replacements, Harry couldn't determine. October brought the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations, adding an international flair to Hogwarts. The selection of the champions, Fleur Delacour, Victor Crumb, and Cedric Diggory, proceeded smoothly, and Harry began to hope that perhaps this year he might actually remain a spectator to the excitement rather than its unwilling focus. That hope shattered when the Goblet of Fire ejected a fourth name, Harry Potter. The shock of hearing Dumbledore read his name, the hostility from the other houses, including Ron, whose disbelief quickly curdled into resentment, and the bewildering reality of being forced to compete in a potentially deadly tournament created a perfect storm of stress that left Harry feeling more isolated than he had since before Hogwarts. I didn't enter my name, he repeated for what felt like the 100th time as he and Hermione sat alone in the common room late that evening, Ron having stormed upstairs in a sulk. Why would I want more danger and attention? I believe you, Harry, Hermione assured him. The question is, who did enter your name, and why? Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. I need to tell Sirius. And maybe I should contact Lurch too. The Adams family might have insights about the magical contract, Hermione agreed. From what you've described, they understand magical bindings differently than conventional wizardry. That night, after his dorm mates were asleep, Harry carefully unwrapped the communication mirror and whispered, Lurch. The surface remained blank for several seconds, then rippled like disturbed water before clearing to reveal Lurch's solemn face. Ah, the familiar bass tone emerged from the mirror, somehow conveying both greeting and concern. Sorry to bother you, Harry said quietly, but something's happened here at Hogwarts. I've been entered into the Triwizard tournament against my will. Someone put my name in the Goblet of Fire, and now I'm magically bound to compete. Lurch's expression darkened, his sunken eyes narrowing slightly. He disappeared from view momentarily, then returned with his notebook. He wrote something and held it up to the mirror, binding contract magic. Old power. But can be navigated if not willingly entered. Dumbledore says I have to compete, Harry explained. That the goblet creates a binding magical contract. More writing, Dumbledore thinks conventionally. Adam's family knows older binding laws. Will consult family records. Speak with Sirius. Not yet. I'm going to use the fireplace tomorrow night, we arranged a time. But I wanted to ask you first if there's anything from what you taught me that might help figure out who did this. Lurch considered, then wrote, use boundary perception. Goblet retains traces of all who approached it. If you can access directly, might sense magical signature of who entered your name. That's brilliant, Harry breathed. I'll try to get close to it. A nod, followed by, be cautious. Tournament historically dangerous. Will inform Morticia and Gomez. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. I've been practicing the techniques you taught me, but it's harder without guidance. Lurch's expression softened slightly. He wrote, doing well. Can sense your progress through connections. Keep mirror close. Will respond if needed. The conversation with Sirius the following night was equally supportive but more alarming. His godfather's concern was evident even through the fire communication, his warnings about Karkaroff's Death Eater past adding another layer of worry to Harry's already considerable stress. I've also contacted the Adams family, Sirius told him. They're looking into alternative interpretations of the tournament's binding magic. If anyone can find a loophole in magical contracts, it's them. Lurch suggested I try to examine the goblet directly, Harry explained. To use the perception techniques to identify who might have entered my name. Sirius looked thoughtful. Worth trying, but be careful. Whoever put your name in that goblet wanted you in this tournament for a reason, and I doubt it was to help you win glory for Gryffindor. The opportunity to examine the goblet came sooner than Harry expected. The following evening, he discovered it had been moved to a small antechamber off the Great Hall rather than being immediately returned to the Ministry as he'd assumed. With his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, accessing it after hours proved relatively simple. The goblet sat on a plain wooden pedestal, its blue-white flames extinguished now that the selection was complete. Harry approached cautiously, remembering Lurch's training about how to perceive magical traces. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and extended his awareness as the Addams family had taught him, not reaching with his hands or magic, but with his perception, feeling for the subtle energies that lingered around powerful magical objects. At first, he sensed only the goblet itself, ancient, imbued with centuries of purpose and ritual. But as he focused more deeply, other impressions emerged, dozens of magical signatures left by students who had approached to submit their names, each distinct as a fingerprint to his heightened awareness. Concentrating on his own name specifically, Harry sought the signature of whoever had submitted the parchment bearing it. There, a trace unlike the others, tinged with deception and, something else. Something that felt strangely familiar yet wrong, like a melody played slightly out of key. Harry focused on this discordant signature, trying to match it against the magical presences he encountered daily at Hogwarts. Not Karkaroff, whose energy he'd specifically noted after Sirius's warning. Not Dumbledore or McGonagall, but someone he interacted with regularly. A noise in the corridor broke his concentration. Harry quickly donned his invisibility cloak again, slipping out of the antechamber just as Filch shuffled past on his nightly patrol. The glimpse he'd caught of the magical signature wasn't enough to identify the culprit definitively, but it had provided a puzzle piece he hadn't possessed before. The signature had reminded him of Professor Moody, yet not quite, as if someone were wearing Moody's magical presence like an ill-fitting cloak. The implications were disturbing enough that Harry found himself reaching for the communication mirror again that night, this time to share his discovery with both Lurch and Sirius in a three-way conversation facilitated by the Addams family's magical expertise. Polyjuice potion could explain it, Sirius said grimly after Harry described what he'd sensed. It changes the physical appearance but doesn't perfectly replicate magical signatures to someone with your level of perception. Lurch held up his notebook for both to see. Addams' perception often detects deceptions others miss. Trust your senses, Harry. But if it's not really Moody, then who is it? Harry asked. And where's the real Moody? Those are excellent questions, Sirius replied. And ones we need to answer carefully. If someone's impersonating an Auror as respected as Alastor Moody, they're both powerful and dangerous. Lurch wrote, need more information before confronting. Watch closely. Use perception techniques to confirm suspicions. The conversation established a plan. Harry would continue observing Moody, while practicing the Addams perception techniques to detect further inconsistencies. Sirius would discreetly investigate the real Moody's whereabouts through his ministry contacts. And Lurch would consult with Morticia about magical methods to see through Polyjuice disguises. Meanwhile, the first Triwizard task loomed closer. When Hagrid surreptitiously revealed that dragons would be involved, Harry's alarm increased tenfold. Dragons represented exactly the kind of mortal peril he'd hoped to avoid this year. Surprisingly, it was Gomez Addams who provided unexpected assistance. The communication mirror activated of its own accord late one night, revealing his mustached face instead of Lurch's solemn countenance. Harry, my boy! Gomez exclaimed, far too loudly for the dormitory's sleeping occupants. Heard about your dragon dilemma. Magnificent beasts, absolutely top-notch predators. Mr. Addams, Harry whispered, pulling the blankets over his head to muffle the conversation. Yes, dragons for the first task. Not really sure how to handle it. Dragons and the Addamses go way back, Gomez continued enthusiastically. Great-great-grandfather Alphonse kept a Hungarian horntail in the conservatory. Dreadful garden pest problems that year, but not a single door-to-door salesman. Despite his anxiety, Harry found himself smiling at Gomez's exuberance. Any suggestions on how to get past one without being roasted alive? Well, traditional dragon taming involves blood sacrifices and complicated rituals, Gomez mused, but given tournament time constraints. Ah! The ocular gambit. The what? Dragons have a vulnerable point in their optical processing, Gomez explained, tapping beside his own eye. Overwhelm their visual cortex with rapid movement patterns while approaching from their dominant side, usually left for females, right for males. Creates momentary disorientation. You mean, make them dizzy? Harry clarified. Precisely. Like an optical illusion, but weaponized. Used it myself during that unpleasantness in Romania in '59. Or was it '39? Gomez shook his head. Calendars are such fickle things. It wasn't conventional advice, but it aligned with what Harry had learned about Adam's magical theory, exploiting the boundaries and weaknesses in natural systems rather than confronting them directly with force. Combined with his growing skill on a broomstick, it might actually work. When the first task arrived, Harry's strategy incorporated both his own strengths and the Adam's guidance. Rather than trying to overpower the Hungarian horntail, he used his firebolt to execute a series of tight, disorienting spiral patterns in front of the dragon's eyes while gradually approaching from its left side. Gomez had been correct about it being female. The effect wasn't as dramatic as he'd hoped. Dragons apparently had stronger constitutions than Gomez had suggested, but it did create enough confusion for Harry to dart in and snatch the golden egg while the creature was still blinking and shaking its massive head. His score tied him for first place with Victor Crumb, a result that surprised everyone, including Harry himself. More importantly, it sparked a reconciliation with Ron, who finally accepted that Harry hadn't willingly entered the tournament. Brilliant strategy with those spiral movements, Ron said as they celebrated in the Gryffindor common room. Never seen anything like it. Where'd you come up with that? Gomez Adams, believe it or not, Harry replied, still slightly hoarse from shouting over the dragon's roars. Apparently his family has experience with dragons. The Adamses really do have expertise in the strangest areas, Hermione commented, examining the golden egg with scholarly interest. Have you figured out any more about Professor Moody? Harry lowered his voice. Nothing definitive yet. But I've been watching his magical signature during class, and it definitely has that same inconsistency I sensed from the goblet. And he's constantly drinking from that flask. Polyjuice, Hermione whispered. It has to be. But why go to such lengths to impersonate Moody? And who entered you in the tournament? Ron added, now fully invested in the mystery. I think they might be the same person, Harry said. The magical signatures were similar. Which means whoever's pretending to be Moody is the one who put my name in the goblet. The implication hung heavily in the air. One of their professors was an imposter with unknown but clearly sinister motives involving Harry. The tournament had just become even more dangerous than dragons. December brought both the announcement of the Yule Ball and, more significantly for Harry, news that the Addams family would indeed be visiting Grimmauld Place for part of the Christmas holidays. They're quite excited about it, Sirius told him through the communication mirror. Gomez is particularly keen to see what I've done with the place. Apparently, he and my mother's second cousin had some sort of decades-long feud involving cursed candelabras. Will Lurch be coming too? Harry asked, trying not to sound too eager. Of course. Wouldn't be an Addams gathering without him. Sirius smiled knowingly. Missing your silent guardian? Sometimes, Harry admitted. Especially with everything happening this year. The fake Moody, the tournament, now this Yule Ball business. Ah yes, the terrors of formal dancing. Far worse than dragons, I agree. Sirius's teasing was gentle. Have you asked anyone yet? Harry groaned. No. I'm still working up the courage to approach Cho Chang. You faced a dragon, but a pretty girl terrifies you. The Potter genes are strong indeed. Your father was exactly the same with your mother. Before returning to Grimmauld Place for Christmas, however, Harry had to navigate both the Yule Ball and the mystery of the Golden Egg's clue. The former proved almost as challenging as the dragon. His awkward attempt to ask Cho ended in disappointment when he learned she was already going with Cedric Diggory. He eventually secured Parvati Patil as his partner, while Ron would accompany her twin sister Padma. The egg presented a different sort of challenge. Opening it produced only an ear-splitting shriek that defied interpretation. Harry had tried various Adam's perception techniques on it, but the chaotic noise disrupted his concentration too severely to gain any insights. It was Cedric who ultimately provided the crucial hint, suggesting Harry take the egg to the prefect's bathroom and open it underwater. This peculiar advice led to the discovery that the screeching became comprehensible mermaids singing when submerged, revealing that the second task would involve retrieving something valuable from the Mer people in the Black Lake. Something I'll sorely miss, Harry mused as he dressed for the Yule Ball. Wonder what that could be. Your firebolt. Ron suggested, struggling with the frayed cuffs of his dress robes. Or maybe your invisibility cloak. Maybe. But Harry suspected it might be something less tangible, or someone rather than something. The thought of one of his friends being taken and held underwater was far more disturbing than losing any possession. The Yule Ball itself proved to be a mixture of awkwardness and unexpected revelations. Harry's dancing skills left much to be desired. Parvati quickly abandoned him for a Beauxbatons boy, and Ron's jealousy over Hermione's appearance with Victor Krum created a tension that persisted even after they returned to Grimmauld Place for the holidays. Sirius's ancestral home had transformed dramatically since Harry's first visit in the summer. The dark, oppressive atmosphere had been replaced with something that, while not exactly cheerful, at least felt welcoming rather than hostile. Ancient curses had been lifted, malevolent artifacts removed, and the more disturbing portraits either relocated or covered with heavy curtains that muffled their occasional outbursts. Not quite up to Adam's standards of hospitality yet, Sirius admitted as they prepared for their guest's arrival, but at least nothing's trying to strangle visitors anymore. Well, except that coat rack in the third-floor corridor, but we've reached an understanding. The Addams family arrived on December 27 in a conveyance that resembled a Victorian hearse crossed with a luxury carriage, pulled by the same skeletal horses that had drawn Harry to their mansion in the summer. They emerged one by one, Gomez and Morticia, Wednesday and Pugsley, Grandmama, Uncle Fester, and finally Lurch, carrying their luggage with effortless strength. Sirius, old man. The place looks magnificent. Gomez declared, pumping Sirius's hand enthusiastically. Much less dreary than I remembered. You've really brightened it up. Given that Grimmauld Place still featured taxidermied house elf heads mounted on the walls and furniture that occasionally snapped at unwary sitters, this assessment spoke volumes about the Addamses' aesthetic preferences. Harry, my boy. Gomez turned to him next. Heard about your dragon-taming exploits. Absolutely capital performance. The spiral approach worked, yes. It definitely helped, Harry confirmed. Thank you for the advice. His gaze shifted to Lurch, who stood nearby with his usual impassive dignity. The butler inclined his head slightly in greeting, his expression unchanging, but Harry sensed a warmth in the gesture that transcended his stoic demeanor. Lurch, he acknowledged, unable to suppress a smile. Good to see you again. Lurch intoned, somehow conveying both greeting and genuine pleasure at their reunion. The Addamses' 3-day visit transformed Grimmauld Place entirely. Areas of the house that had resisted Sirius's attempts at renovation suddenly became accessible under Morticia's expert guidance. Grandmama and Creature, Sirius's cantankerous house elf, developed an unlikely camaraderie based on their shared appreciation for questionable culinary ingredients. Uncle Fester and the Weasley twins, who visited daily, exchanged explosive techniques that would likely give Molly Weasley nightmares if she ever discovered them. But most valuable to Harry was the opportunity to resume his lessons with Lurch. They converted an unused ballroom into a practice space, where Harry demonstrated the progress he'd made with the perception techniques and received guidance on more advanced applications. The fake Moody definitely has a disrupted magical signature, Harry explained as they worked on a particularly difficult exercise involving sensing intentions through magical auras. But I still can't identify who's actually beneath the disguise. Lurch wrote in his notebook, Polyjuice masks physical form but creates magical dissonance detectable through boundary perception. Try focusing not on who they appear to be, but on what their magic connects to elsewhere. Connects to elsewhere. A nod, followed by, all wizards maintain magical connections to places, objects, people significant to them. These connections create patterns unique as fingerprints. Follow these threads rather than examining the disguised surface. This approach hadn't occurred to Harry, looking past the immediate disguise to the network of magical connections the imposter maintained despite their false appearance. It was typically atoms in its perspective, focusing on the spaces between and beyond rather than the obvious surface. On their final evening together, after a dinner featuring Grandmama's toe of frog stew, which Harry sincerely hoped was named for its shape rather than its ingredients, Morticia drew Harry aside for a private conversation in the drawing room. Your mother would be proud of your progress, she said, her voice carrying that distinctive velvet quality that somehow commanded complete attention. You've developed sensitivity to boundary magic remarkably quickly. She removed something from her sleeve, a small vial containing what appeared to be silvery mist with occasional sparks of blue energy. This is for your upcoming challenge in the Black Lake. A gift from our conservatory. What is it? Harry asked, accepting the vial carefully. Essence of breathing beyond, Morticia explained. Created from plants that exist simultaneously in water and air. When consumed, it allows one to breathe underwater by temporarily shifting your lungs' relationship with reality. That sounds perfect, Harry said, genuinely grateful. Underwater breathing had been his primary concern about the second task. Thank you. One caution, Morticia added, her red lips curving into a smile that managed to be both warm and slightly alarming. There may be brief moments when you perceive things from the beyond while under its influence. Do not be concerned, simply acknowledge them and continue forward. Before Harry could ask what exactly things from the beyond might entail, Gomez burst into the room, brandishing what appeared to be a silver-topped walking stick. Remarkable, Sirius, he was exclaiming. I haven't seen a misery stick in decades. Your grandfather threatened me with this very cane in 1932. The remainder of the evening dissolved into Gomez's enthusiastic reminiscences about various duels, feuds, and delightful misunderstandings between the Black and Adams families over the centuries, punctuated by impromptu fencing demonstrations using various household implements as weapons. Harry found himself sitting beside Lurch as they watched Gomez and Sirius engage in increasingly elaborate combat across the drawing room furniture. I've missed this, Harry admitted quietly. Having you around, I mean. The tournament would be a lot less stressful with you keeping watch. Lurch produced his notebook and wrote, Protection continues through artifacts and training. Growing stronger in boundary perception. Proud of progress. Still wish you were coming back to Hogwarts with me, Harry said. A slight nod acknowledged this sentiment, followed by more writing. Connection remains strong. Mirror allows contact when needed. Trust your developing senses, they will guide you through deceptions ahead. The Addams family departed the next morning in their unusual conveyance, leaving behind a grim old place that somehow felt simultaneously tidier and more ominous. Several rooms had been improved according to Addams' sensibilities, which meant they now featured enhanced Gothic elements and occasional peculiar sounds emanating from the walls. I think Fester may have introduced something into the plumbing, Sirius commented as they listened to what sounded like distant opera singing coming from a bathroom pipe. Though I must admit, the house hasn't felt this alive in years. Harry returned to Hogwarts with renewed determination and several new tools, Morticia's underwater breathing solution, additional training from Lurch, and a clearer approach to identifying the fake Moody. The second term promised to be even more challenging than the first, but he felt better equipped to face it thanks to the Addams family's unconventional wisdom. The second task arrived on a cold February morning. As Harry had feared, that something he would sorely miss, turned out to be a person, Ron, specifically, who along with hostages representing the other champions was being held in the Merpeople's village at the bottom of the Black Lake. Morticia's essence of breathing beyond proved as effective as promised. One small sip as he entered the water transformed Harry's relationship with his surroundings. Water suddenly felt like a natural medium for his body, his lungs extracting oxygen from it as easily as from air. There were, however, the brief moments Morticia had warned about. As Harry swam deeper into the lake, he occasionally glimpsed things that shouldn't be there, shadowy figures moving at the edges of his vision, structures that appeared and disappeared when viewed directly, and once, a distinct impression of being watched by something ancient that dwelled neither in the lake nor fully in this reality. These manifestations didn't feel threatening, merely curious, as if Harry's temporarily altered state allowed him to perceive entities that normally remained hidden from human awareness. He remembered Lurch's teachings about acknowledging such phenomena without engaging them directly and continued toward the Merpeople's village. Arriving before the other champions, Harry found Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a young girl who resembled Fleur Delacour suspended in magical sleep, tethered to a statue in the village square. The Merpeople watched with spears ready as Harry freed Ron, then hesitated, reluctant to leave the others. When it became clear that Fleur wouldn't arrive to rescue her sister, Harry made the decision to take the young girl as well, despite the Merpeople's objections. His insistence on saving both Ron and Gabrielle nearly cost him his advantageous position in the task, but earned him points for moral fiber that placed him tied with Cedric for first place overall. That breathing solution was incredible, Harry told Hermione and Ron afterward as they dried off in the hospital tent. But Morticia wasn't joking about the side effects. I saw some seriously strange things down there. Like what? Hermione asked, always curious about magical phenomena. Harry described the shadowy figures and structures, the sense of being observed by ancient presences. Lurch explained once that certain magical techniques allow perception of what the Addams family calls the beyond, places or states that exist alongside our reality but normally remain inaccessible. Sounds creepy, Ron commented, still wrapped in several blankets despite being fully dry. Useful breathing trick, though. Wish I'd been awake to see the Merpeople's village. I'm more interested in how the solution actually works, Hermione said thoughtfully. It can't be gillyweed, that causes physical transformation. This sounds more like a temporary alteration of how your body interacts with its environment. That's essentially what Morticia said, Harry confirmed. Something about shifting my lungs' relationship with reality. Hermione's eyes widened with academic excitement. That's extraordinarily advanced magic. It's manipulating fundamental magical laws rather than just transforming matter. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Barty Crouch, Percy Weasley, and several other ministry officials conducting post-task evaluations. Harry noticed that Crouch seemed unwell, distracted and significantly older than when Harry had last seen him at the World Cup. As the officials conferred about scoring, Harry tried the boundary perception technique Lurch had suggested for identifying magical disguises, focusing not on individuals directly but on the connections radiating from them. Most people displayed the expected network of attachments, links to family, friends, meaningful locations, and personal possessions. But Mad-Eyed Moody, watching from nearby, showed something different, a fractured pattern with contradictory connections. Most disturbing was a powerful thread that seemed to extend far beyond Hogwarts, pulsing with dark energy that reminded Harry of his scar pain. When their eyes briefly met, Harry felt a sharp stab of pain in his forehead. Moody's magical eye swiveled frantically, as if sensing Harry's unusual perception. The impostor broke eye contact quickly, turning away with a jerky movement that seemed out of character even for the eccentric Exor. That evening, Harry used the communication mirror to update Sirius and Lurch on both the task and his observations of Moody. The three-way conversation, facilitated by the Addams family's magical expertise, allowed them to discuss the implications securely. The connection you sensed could be to Voldemort, Sirius said grimly after hearing Harry's description. If our imposter is a Death Eater, that would explain both the disguise and why they entered you in the tournament. Lurch held up his notebook for both to see. Dark magical signatures often leave distinctive patterns. Connection to distant entity suggests servant-master bond. But what's the endgame? Harry wondered. Why go through all this elaborate tournament scheme? That's what worries me, Sirius replied. It suggests a plan with multiple stages, with the final outcome set for the end of the tournament. Whatever they're planning, the third task is likely when they'll make their move. Lurch wrote, continue observation but avoid direct confrontation. Alerting imposter to your awareness could accelerate their timeline. They agreed that Harry would maintain vigilance while working on strengthening his boundary perception skills. Sirius would continue his discreet inquiries about the real Moody's whereabouts, and Lurch would consult Adam's family records for protection methods against whatever dark ritual might be planned. The months leading up to the third task passed in a blur of preparation. Harry divided his time between regular classes, tournament training, and practicing the Adam's magical techniques that might prove crucial when the imposter's plan finally revealed itself. His vigilance paid unexpected dividends when, while using the Marauder's map late one night, he spotted a name that shouldn't have been at Hogwarts, Bartemius Crouch, shown in Snape's office despite the ministry official supposedly being ill at home. Even more puzzling, when Harry investigated under his invisibility cloak, he found the office empty yet the map still indicated Crouch's presence. Remembering Lurch's lessons about perception beyond ordinary senses, Harry closed his eyes and extended his awareness as the Adamses had taught him. What he detected shocked him, a magical signature coming from what appeared to be a trunk in the corner of the office, but not emanating from the trunk itself. Rather, it seemed to come from somewhere below it, as if the trunk were merely the entrance to a hidden space. Before he could investigate further, the sound of approaching footsteps forced a hasty retreat. But the discovery added another piece to the increasingly disturbing puzzle. Someone, possibly the same imposter masquerading as Moody, was holding Barty Crouch somewhere in the castle. The mystery deepened when, weeks later, Crouch appeared briefly on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, apparently confused and alternating between lucidity and madness. His mention of Voldemort growing stronger and warnings about his servant at Hogwarts confirmed Harry's worst suspicions before Crouch vanished while Harry ran to fetch Dumbledore. By the time Harry and the headmaster returned to the spot, Crouch was gone. More disturbing still, Harry noticed that fake Moody arrived suspiciously quickly at the scene, insisting on searching the forest alone. He took Crouch, Harry told Sirius and Lurch that night through the mirror. I'm sure of it. And I think he's keeping the real Moody prisoner too, probably in that trunk I sensed in his office. This confirms our theory that the imposter is a Death Eater, Sirius said grimly. And whatever plan they're executing is approaching its climax. Lurch's message was equally sobering. Final task will be moment of greatest danger. Prepare accordingly. As June approached, bringing with it the third task, a maze filled with obstacles and magical challenges, Harry intensified his preparations. He practiced defensive spells with Hermione and Ron, honed his boundary perception techniques, and kept the Adams artifacts close at all times. The night before the third task, he received a package by owl delivery, a small box bearing the Adams family crest. Inside was a vial of what appeared to be black sand and a note in Morticia's elegant handwriting, Harry, for moments when boundaries must be temporarily reinforced. Cast upon the ground to create a circle of protection. Effective against forced transportation magic and certain binding rituals. Use only in genuine emergency, disrupts natural boundary flows for miles afterward. With dark wishes for your success, Morticia Adams. Harry tucked the vial into the pouch containing his other Adams artifacts, hoping he wouldn't need to use it but grateful for the additional protection. Whatever awaited him in the maze tomorrow, he sensed it would test not just his wizarding abilities but also the alternative magical understanding he'd gained through his connection to the Adams family. The maze transformed the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch into something both familiar and alien, familiar in its magical challenges, alien in the palpable sense of wrongness that permeated its twisting pathways. As Harry navigated the hedges, encountering sphinxes, boggarts, and other obstacles, he kept his awareness extended as Lurch had taught him, sensing not just immediate threats but the underlying currents of magic flowing through the task. There was an artificiality to the maze that bothered him, not just in its physical construction, but in how the magic felt arranged, almost funneled towards something at its center. The Triwizard Cup, presumably, but Harry sensed more than glory awaiting whoever reached it first. After rescuing Cedric from an acromantula and fending off a disoriented Victor Crumb who seemed to be under the Imperious curse, Harry and Cedric found themselves approaching the cup together. In an act of Hufflepuff fairness matched by Gryffindor nobility, they agreed to take it simultaneously, sharing the victory. The moment their hands touched the gleaming trophy, Harry felt a sickening jerk behind his navel, the unmistakable sensation of a portkey. The boundary perception skills he'd been practicing all year flared to life, revealing the cup's true nature, not just a trophy but a transport mechanism tied to a distant location saturated with dark magical energies. They landed hard in what Harry immediately recognized as a graveyard. Ancient headstones rose around them, their weathered surfaces glinting in the moonlight. A sense of wrongness permeated the place, a convergence of boundaries that reminded Harry of the Adams Mansion, but twisted, corrupted. "Wands out, d'you reckon?" Cedric asked, looking around nervously. "Definitely," Harry agreed, already drawing his. The protective amulet against his chest had gone ice cold, a warning Lurch had explained indicated immediate danger. A figure appeared, shuffling between the gravestones, short, hooded, carrying what looked like a bundle of robes. Harry's scar exploded with pain so intense he dropped to his knees, wand slipping from his fingers. "Kill the spare," came a high, cold voice from the bundle. "Avada Kedavra," the hooded figure shouted. In that moment of crisis, Harry's training took over. Even wandless, even through blinding pain, the Adams techniques allowed him to perceive the boundaries between states, between life and death, between safety and harm. With desperate intensity, he flung himself toward Cedric, his body moving with the unnatural speed Lurch had demonstrated during their lessons in boundary slipping. The killing curse missed Cedric by inches as Harry collided with him, sending both boys rolling behind a large headstone. In the same movement, Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew Morticia's vial of black sand. "What the?" Cedric gasped, clearly shocked by both the attack and Harry's impossible speed. "Stay inside the circle," Harry ordered, uncorking the vial and quickly pouring its contents in a ring around them. The black sand seemed to absorb the moonlight, creating a perfect circle of darkness on the ground. The hooded figure, Wormtail, Harry now recognized, approached cautiously, wand raised. "You cannot hide, Potter. The Dark Lord requires your presence for the ritual." "Ritual?" Cedric whispered, his face pale with shock. "Harry, what's happening?" "Voldemort," Harry replied grimly, searching frantically for his dropped wand. "We need to get back to the cup, it's a portkey." Wormtail sent another killing curse toward their hiding place, but something extraordinary happened when it reached the boundary of the black sand circle. The green light seemed to hit an invisible wall, dispersing into harmless sparks that faded against the night sky. "What magic is this?" the cold voice demanded from Wormtail's bundle. "Bring me Potter. The ritual cannot wait." Harry spotted his wand lying several feet outside the protective circle. The cup was even farther away, near where they'd initially landed. To reach either would mean leaving the protection of Morticia's black sand. Cedric, following Harry's gaze, whispered, "I'll distract them, you go for the cup." "No," Harry replied firmly. "They want me, not you. That's why he called you the spare. If we both run for the cup, you'll be exposed." "Then what's the plan?" Harry felt the communication mirror vibrating in his pocket, an indication that someone was trying to reach him. Lurch had explained that the mirror's connection transcended normal magical barriers, allowing contact even in heavily warded locations. "Cover me for a second," he told Cedric, who nodded and readied his wand toward Wormtail's position. Harry pulled out the mirror. Instead of Lurch's solemn face, however, he saw Morticia Adams, her pale features illuminated by what appeared to be candlelight. "Harry," she said without preamble, "we sense a significant boundary disruption around you. The family is attempting to establish a connection strong enough to extract you." "We're in a graveyard," Harry explained quickly. "Portkeyed here from the maze. Voldemort and Wormtail are trying to use me for some ritual. We're in your protection circle, but my wand and the portkey are outside it." Morticia's expression remained calm, though her eyes intensified. "The black sand circle can be expanded. Focus your intent on the boundary and imagine it growing outward. The sand will respond to your will if your need is genuine." Wormtail was circling their position, trying different angles of attack, each spell dissipating harmlessly against the circle's invisible barrier. The bundle in his arms, Voldemort in some horrifying diminished form, continued issuing commands, his voice growing more frustrated with each failed attempt. "I need my wand," Harry told Cedric. "I'm going to try expanding the circle to reach it." Closing his eyes, Harry focused on the boundary created by the black sand, sensing its magical properties as Lurch had taught him. The circle wasn't just a physical barrier but a manipulation of reality itself, a temporary reinforcement of boundaries between different states of being. With intense concentration, he imagined that boundary extending outward, reaching toward his wand. The black sand trembled, then began to move, flowing outward like a living thing while maintaining its perfect circular shape. The protected area expanded foot by foot until Harry's wand lay just inside its edge. "It's working," Cedric whispered, amazed. Harry grabbed his wand, then focused on extending the circle further, toward the Triwizard Cup. But this time, the sand barely moved. Whatever power fueled the protective magic was reaching its limits. "The circle can only expand so far from its original casting point," Morticia explained through the mirror. "Gomez and Lurch are preparing a more direct intervention, but it will take time to establish sufficient connection strength." "Time we may not have," Harry replied, watching as Wormtail retreated to a large cauldron Harry hadn't noticed before. Whatever ritual they had planned was clearly proceeding despite Harry's temporary escape. Making a swift decision, Harry explained his plan to Cedric. "I'm going to create a diversion. The moment you see an opening, run for the cup and get back to Hogwarts. Get Dumbledore." "I'm not leaving you," Cedric protested. "This isn't about tournament glory anymore," Harry insisted. "It's about getting help. One of us needs to make it back." Before Cedric could argue further, Harry pointed his wand at a nearby headstone just outside their protective circle. "Confringo." The stone exploded with tremendous force, sending fragments flying in all directions. In the confusion, Harry darted from the circle in the opposite direction from the cup, drawing Wormtail's attention. "Over here," he shouted. The diversion worked, too well. Wormtail abandoned the cauldron and pursued Harry, firing curses that narrowly missed as Harry ducked between gravestones. From the corner of his eye, he saw Cedric making a dash for the cup. Wormtail noticed too. "Stop him!" he shrieked, turning his wand toward the Hufflepuff. "Protego!" Harry shouted, casting a shield charm between Cedric and Wormtail. The magical barrier deflected Wormtail's stunning spell just enough for it to miss Cedric, who reached the cup and disappeared in a swirl of portkey magic. Relief surged through Harry, at least Cedric was safe, and help would be coming. Now he just needed to survive long enough for that help to arrive. His momentary distraction cost him. Wormtail's next spell caught him directly, not a killing curse, but incarcerus. Magical ropes bound Harry tightly, sending him crashing to the ground. "You've interfered with the Dark Lord's plans for the last time, Potter," Wormtail snarled, dragging Harry toward the bubbling cauldron. The bundle in his other arm squirmed impatiently. "Hurry, Wormtail," the cold voice commanded. "The hour grows late, and the boy's interference has cost us precious time." Harry struggled against his bonds, reaching desperately for the boundary perception techniques that had served him thus far. The ropes binding him were physical but maintained by magic, perhaps he could disrupt that magic by manipulating the boundaries between the physical and magical components. Focusing intently as Lurch had taught him, Harry visualized the magical energy sustaining the ropes, then imagined it flowing away, dispersing into the surrounding air. The ropes didn't vanish entirely, but they loosened enough for him to slip one hand free, reaching for the pocket watch Lurch had given him months ago. As Wormtail prepared the ritual, dropping the bundled form of Voldemort into the cauldron and beginning to intone "Bone of the Father," unknowingly given, Harry managed to grasp the watch. He wound it fully, focusing his desperate need for help into the action. Immediately, the watch grew scorching hot in his palm, the hands spinning wildly as it established connection across whatever boundaries separated Harry from Lurch. Through his atoms-enhanced perception, Harry sensed something massive gathering, a convergence of energies focused on his location. But Wormtail's ritual continued relentlessly. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given," he gasped, slicing off his own hand into the cauldron. Then, turning toward Harry with knife raised, "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken." The knife slashed Harry's arm, drawing blood that Wormtail collected in a vial and added to the mixture. The cauldron emitted blinding white light, then smoke that billowed upward, coalescing into a tall, thin figure, Lord Voldemort, restored to physical form. Pale and snake-like, with glowing red eyes, Voldemort examined his new body with evident satisfaction. "Robe me," he commanded Wormtail, who hurried to comply despite his grievous injury. Harry felt his scar burning with proximity to his parents' murderer, but he also sensed something else, a disturbance in the boundaries around the graveyard, as if something massive were pressing against reality itself. The pocket watch in his hand vibrated with increasing intensity. Voldemort turned his attention to Harry, still partially bound on the ground. "Harry Potter," he said softly. "The boy who lived. How fitting that your blood should restore me to power, creating a connection between us that not even your mother's sacrifice can sever." He raised Wormtail's wand. "I had planned a more elaborate demonstration with my Death Eaters as audience, but your interference has necessitated a change of plans. Still, I will be merciful and grant you a quick death." As Voldemort prepared to cast the killing curse, the boundary disturbance Harry had been sensing reached its crescendo. Reality itself seemed to ripple, the air between them thickening and darkening. From this distortion emerged a familiar figure, Lurch, stepping through what appeared to be a tear in the fabric of space itself. The butler's appearance was different than Harry had ever seen before, more solid, more present, somehow larger than should be physically possible. His eyes blazed with inner light, and his normally impeccable suit seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed, momentarily startled by the unexpected arrival. Lurch made no sound, but the grave markers around them began to vibrate, headstones cracking as if in response to some subsonic frequency. He raised one massive hand in that same gesture Harry had seen him use against Dementors and Pettigrew, fingers splayed, palm vertical, thumb crossed over his palm. The effect was immediate and terrifying. Voldemort staggered backward as if physically struck, his newly formed body convulsing. "What magic is this?" he shrieked, rage and confusion mingling in his voice. Wormtail aimed his wand at Lurch. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse struck Lurch directly in the chest, and did absolutely nothing. The butler didn't even acknowledge the impact, his attention fixed solely on Voldemort. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry broke free from his loosened bonds and scrambled toward Lurch. The moment he reached the butler's side, Lurch's other hand descended on his shoulder. The world dissolved around them. Harry felt a sensation unlike any magical transportation he'd experienced before, not the compression of apparition or the hooking sensation of a portkey, but a sideways shift, as if they were stepping between layers of reality rather than moving through space. For a brief, disorienting moment, Harry glimpsed what must be the beyond Lurch and the Adamses had mentioned, a realm of shifting shadows and distant lights, of structures that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, of entities that registered more as presences than physical forms. Then they were stepping out of the shadows in the Hogwarts hospital wing, where chaos reigned. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Moody surrounded Cedric's bed as the Hufflepuff apparently tried to explain what had happened in the graveyard. Nearby, Minister Fudge argued heatedly with an ashen-faced Barty Crouch Sr., who seemed to have recovered somewhat from whatever ordeal he'd endured. "Harry!" Cedric exclaimed, spotting them first. "You're alive." All heads turned toward Harry and Lurch, expressions ranging from relief to shock to, in fake Moody's case, unconcealed alarm. "Potter?" McGonagall gasped. "How did you?" "The anti-apparition wards." Dumbledore, however, showed no surprise at their method of arrival, his gaze moving from Harry to Lurch with calm assessment. "I see the Addams family has once again demonstrated their unique relationship with conventional magical limitations." "Voldemort's back," Harry said without preamble. "He used my blood in a ritual. He has a body again." A hush fell over the room, broken only by Fudge's sputtering denial. "Preposterous. You know who cannot possibly, he's telling the truth, Minister," Cedric interrupted firmly. "I saw the beginning of the ritual myself before Harry helped me escape." Fake Moody's magical eye was spinning frantically, his hand inching toward his wand. Lurch noticed, of course he did, and turned to face the impostor directly. The moment their eyes met, Moody froze, his face contorting with a terror that his grizzled features seemed ill-equipped to express. "Alastair?" Dumbledore questioned, noticing the exchange. But Lurch was already moving, covering the distance between them with that impossible speed Harry had witnessed in moments of true danger. One massive hand closed around the impostor's wrist before he could draw his wand, while the other made a swift, complex gesture in the air before his face. The effect was immediate and shocking. Moody's features began to bubble and shift, the polyjuice potion failing not because of time but because of whatever Lurch had done to disrupt its magic. Where Moody had stood moments before, a different man now struggled in Lurch's implacable grip, younger, with straw-colored hair and a face twisted with fanatic intensity. "Barty Crouch Jr., gasped Crouch Sr., staggering backward. "My son, but how? You died in Azkaban." "I replaced him," snarled the younger Crouch, still fighting futilely against Lurch's hold. "Mother took my place, disguised with polyjuice. She was dying anyway, her final act of love for the son you discarded." The revelations cascaded from there: Crouch Jr.'s rescue from Azkaban, years spent under his father's imperious curse, his eventual escape and reunion with Voldemort, the plot to enter Harry in the tournament and ensure he reached the cup first, transforming it into a portkey that would deliver him to the ritual site. "The Dark Lord has risen," he declared with fanatical pride. "Even now, he gathers his followers. Your interference has merely delayed the inevitable." Throughout this confession, Lurch maintained his hold on the Death Eater, his expression unreadable but his presence somehow amplified, filling the room with a palpable sense of otherworldly power. Harry, still processing the revelation of Moody's true identity and his own narrow escape, found comfort in the butler's unwavering protection, a constant in the rapidly shifting chaos. In the days that followed, as the wizarding world grappled with Voldemort's return, accepted by Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, denied by Fudge and the Ministry, Harry found himself once again at the center of events that would shape the coming conflict. The third task's conclusion was officially recorded as a tie between Cedric and Harry, though few cared about tournament results in light of the greater revelation. Barty Crouch Jr. was taken into Ministry custody, his testimony under Veritaserum providing crucial information about Voldemort's plans and current capabilities. His father, freed from the imperious curse that had been sporadically controlling him throughout the year, resigned from the Ministry in disgrace, his complicity in his son's escape from Azkaban years earlier now exposed. The real Alastair Moody was discovered imprisoned in his own magical trunk, weak but alive after months of captivity. The gruff ex-Auror had nothing but grudging respect for Lurch's role in exposing his impostor. "Whatever that butler is," he growled from his hospital bed, "I'm grateful he's on our side." Through it all, Lurch remained at Hogwarts, his temporary return authorized by Dumbledore in recognition of the continued threat to Harry. The butler's silent presence became once again a familiar sight in corridors and classrooms, though students now regarded him with awe rather than fear, news of his role in Harry's rescue having spread throughout the school. On the final evening before summer holidays, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione beside the lake, watching the Durmstrang ship prepare for departure. Lurch stood nearby, his tall figure silhouetted against the setting sun. "So you'll be staying with Sirius again this summer?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded. "At Grimmauld Place. It's being set up as headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's group that fought Voldemort last time." "Dad's joined too," Ron added. "Mum's not happy about it, but she understands why it's necessary. We'll probably be staying at headquarters for most of the summer too." "And the Addams family?" Hermione inquired, glancing toward Lurch. "Will they be involved in the resistance?" "In their own way," Harry replied. "They don't exactly align themselves with wizarding politics. But Dumbledore says their understanding of ancient magics might be crucial, especially regarding the connection between Voldemort and me." He touched his scar unconsciously. The blood ritual in the graveyard had created a new link between them, one whose implications Harry was still processing. Voldemort had taken his blood, believing it would allow him to overcome the protection Lily Potter's sacrifice had created. But the Addamses, with their unique perspective on boundaries and connections, suggested this might have unexpected consequences. "Blood freely given creates one type of bond," Morticia had explained during a mirror consultation. "Blood forcibly taken creates another. Voldemort doesn't understand the distinctions because he dismisses the magic of sacrifice and connection." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the lake in shades of gold and crimson, Harry approached Lurch. The butler turned to acknowledge him, his expression impassive as ever but somehow conveying attentiveness. "I never properly thanked you," Harry said quietly. "For coming to the graveyard. For everything this year, really." Lurch produced his notebook and wrote, "Protection continues. Different challenges ahead require different approaches. Family preparing accordingly. Will you be coming back to Hogwarts next year?" Harry asked, trying not to sound too hopeful. A slight shake of the head, followed by, "Not same arrangement. But connection remains strong through artifacts and training. Distance irrelevant across certain boundaries." "I understand," Harry said, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. "You've taught me so much already." Lurch considered for a moment, then wrote something Harry wouldn't fully comprehend until much later. "What lies ahead requires understanding of connections between living and dead, between sacrifice and protection. Addams' family specializes in these boundaries. Your mother knew this. Sought our knowledge for your protection. Path continues as she intended." As Harry read these words, he felt a strange resonance with his mother's letter, this confirmation that Lily Potter had deliberately sought out the Addams family's unusual magical perspective, creating connections that would protect her son long after her death. The following morning, as the Hogwarts Express carried them back toward London, Harry watched the castle recede into the distance. Lurch had not boarded the train, instead returning directly to the Addams mansion through whatever boundary-crossing method he'd used to reach the graveyard. But Harry knew their connection remained intact, through the watch, the amulet, the mirror, and most importantly, through the understanding of magic beyond conventional wizarding education that Lurch had imparted. The Silent Guardian had shown him that reality contained more layers than most wizards ever perceived, that boundaries others considered absolute could be crossed with the right knowledge, and that love and loyalty could extend protection across all these boundaries. As Voldemort gathered his forces and the wizarding world braced for renewed conflict, Harry found comfort in knowing that the Addams family, with their ancient magic, their unique perspective, and their unwavering loyalty once given, stood ready to support him through whatever challenges lay ahead. The train rounded a bend, Hogwarts disappearing from view. But in the pocket watch against Harry's heart, in the mirror tucked safely in his trunk, in the amulet around his neck, and in the boundary perception techniques now ingrained in his awareness, Lurch's protection continued, silent, steadfast, and stronger than death itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.